Testing, okay. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the board to order at 6:07 p.m. this Wednesday evening, June 17th. Happy birthday to my sister Katie, because I didn't call her today. Welcome and thank you for being here tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging that this meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Whether you are here in person or watching online, we are glad that you are with us. Okay, I'm going to read some Spanish now, so bear with me. Bienvenidos. Tenemos interpretación en español. Si necesita de este servicio, por favor, pase con quién esta noche. Do you know? Who is it? Who's our interpreter? Oh. Okay. No. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay, I'm being informed that we had somebody scheduled and hopefully she is just running late. The purpose of this meeting of the Board of Education is convened to conduct official business on behalf of our district and the students we serve. While we deeply value community participation, this is a working session of the board. Our focus tonight is on the items before us and the outcomes that matter most for students. Our commitment to you. One of our core values is ensuring that the voices of our community and each board member are heard, respected, and given meaningful space in this room. Everything we do tonight is grounded in that commitment. Our protocols are not barriers. They are structures that ensure every voice has a fair and appropriate opportunity to be heard. Here's how we will move through the board agenda. Each agenda item will be called. Staff or board member will present the item. Public comments will be heard. We will call names in groups of 10. When you hear your name, please make your way to the podium. Time limits will apply based on the number of speakers. Board members will each have up to 3 minutes to respond or ask questions. Board members have been asked to, why does it say board members? It's public. Members have been asked to submit questions in advance, oh, I see, so that answers can be prepared and shared as a part of the presentation. What you may need to know about speaking on agenda items. Members of the public are welcome to address the board on any item on tonight's agenda. Each speaker will have 2 minutes unless otherwise announced to speak on an agenda item. You must submit a speaker card before that item is called. Once discussion on the item has begun, cards will no longer be accepted for that item. The board will limit total public comment on each agenda item to 30 minutes. With board consent, I may increase or decrease the time per speaker depending on the topic and the number of people wishing to speak. I may also ask for a show of hands to gauge how many speakers are for or against a particular issue, and may ask that additional speakers step forward only if they have something new to add. If you would like to speak about a district-related matter that is not on tonight's agenda, please do so during item 6, visitor non-agenda items. Items on the agenda may be addressed at this time. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak to an item on the agenda. To accommodate the public, speakers will have one of 2 options for addressing agendized items. Option 1, if the speaker wishes to speak to an agendized item during 6.2, they may do so. Or option 2, a speaker may wish to wait and speak to the specific agenda item before it is opened for discussion by the board. Please note that speakers will be allowed one of the options of their choosing and will be allowed to speak only once per agenda item. For example, if a speaker chooses to speak about item 8.3 or any combination of items during 6.2, they may not speak again on those items. This is done in an effort to make public comment accessible for those who are unable to stay till their desired item comes up, or if they don't want to stay until 1 o'clock in the morning. How to submit a speaker card. Those who wish to address the board needs to fill out a speaker card in person. Individual speakers are allowed 2 minutes to address the board unless otherwise announced by the board president. So repeat. Speaker, just a reminder, speaker cards must be submitted prior to the start of the public comment period. Cards submitted once the period has begun will not be accepted. Please state your name at the beginning of your statement for our records. The total time, again, of public comment shall be 30 minutes for each agenda item unless otherwise decided by the president. Only after board consent, where time per item and time per individual speaker may be increased or decreased. I may take a poll. I went over that already. Please hand your card to Eva. If there are any students, we encourage you to use the peach color speaker card, and we will prioritize your voice. Please stay on topic and complete your comments within the time allowed. You may state your name at the beginning. In the interest of running an efficient and fair meeting, I may exercise the following. Ask speakers to share the same point of view, to designate a spokesman, or, and to save time, if you do agree with something that the other person has said, when you come up, you can say what she said or ditto, and that will go into the record. I may request a show of hands to gauge support or opposition on an issue. Ask that additional speakers come forward only if they have something new to add, and with board consent, reduce speaking time, but never below 1 minute per speaker. With board consent, increase the total allotted time for a particular item. I think we'll be fine tonight. In order for the board to conduct its business, we ask that all attendees refrain from shouting out or holding side conversations during a meeting. We genuinely want to hear from you, and we cannot hear the person at the podium when others are speaking at the same time. The board's focus is on student outcomes. We know that is important to you as well, and we appreciate your patience and your passion, your presence and your passion. If there are disruptions, I will gently call you in, and if disruptions continue, I will kindly ask you to leave the meeting. As causing further disruption, if necessary, I will have to have you escorted out. I appreciate your patience and understanding. So, moving on to 3.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see. I knew that already. I'll ask Trustee Flores. Now we will move on to board comments and reports on standing committee meetings. I will start with Trustee Flores.
I did have a Mellow JPA meeting, and We are discussing the fee schedule for the Mello Center, and we were also discussing some severe deferred maintenance that's been happening at the Mello, and looking at possible fundraisers or reaching out to the community to see if anyone would like to sponsor. So we're throwing around ideas because the amount of deferred maintenance exceeds our current income, our current balance. So hopefully we can get something going so we can get the Mello to be exactly what it should be for all the performances that do take place there. Our next meeting will be on Monday.
Thank you, Trustee Navarro.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say happy Pride Month, happy summer, happy upcoming Father's Day and our Juneteenth celebration coming up. Since the last meeting, I had the fortune of going to 3 out of 4 of our high school graduations, which was amazing. We shook a lot of hands. It was really wonderful to see all the excitement on all the kids' faces. I was at Renaissance, PV, Aptos High, Watsonville. I got to see the aerial footage. Congratulations. I'm not sure who did that. That was beautiful. I did want to just mention real briefly that I was a little disappointed at some of the union activities that were going on during our student celebrations, because unfortunately I felt like it took focus off our kids, which should be our focus. Next, I just want to make a brief comment about an incident that occurred on May 22nd. I was driving out of town for my birthday, and I was notified by a fellow trustee of a death threat that was directed at the women of the board, made in response to our vote to approve final layoffs. The comment was posted on the Lookout Santa Cruz article, and I will read it as it was written. Who do we need to shoot for this? I think we should start taking these people out. They're not going to stop. Just saying. Before it was removed, a handful of people liked it. I want the record to reflect what followed. I notified the sheriff's office. A criminal investigation was opened. I contacted the Lookout leadership directly. The comment remained online for 6 hours before it was taken down. I raise this tonight because it does not exist in isolation. A recent front page report in the San Jose Mercury News documented a significant rise in threats against public officials and found that women bear a disproportionate share of that abuse. This district is not exempt from that trend. The 5 of us who voted for these layoffs did so because we believe it serves the best interests of the district and our students. It would have been easier to make a more popular and less controversial choice. Easier is not always right, and it's not what moves this district forward. I do not know whether this threat will prove credible. What I do know is that it's being treated with the seriousness it warrants, and this community should expect nothing less. Board service is volunteer service. We owe one another and the public we serve a basic standard of conduct, one that does not include language inviting violence against elected trustees. I ask that the Lookout and this community hold the same standard.
Trustee Carrasco.
All right. I just want to share that I visited CCMS, Freedom Elementary School in Rolling Hills with Dr. Contreras right before graduation. And I'll talk a little bit more about the CCMS when we have our topic today. But I also want to congratulate Freedom. I know that they had a group of kiddos that went to see a soccer game, a very special soccer game, so that's awesome. And I promised I would share some of these questions that I'm going to input email, but I promised I would say them in public as well. And they have to do with the field trip. I know that we were changing our policy on field trips, so some of the questions were, is there a district policy requiring all teachers within the same grade level to participate in the same field trip opportunities, or is this a site-based practice? That was one of the questions I got from the community. Are teachers expected to complete field trip applications and related paperwork only for their own class, or are they expected to do on behalf of other teachers, including teachers who have not yet been assigned to the grade level? And that's been a lot of the confusion, as currently we don't have teachers, but within the new policy, it requires that you have all of the teachers. And if you don't have them by a certain date, then those field trips don't happen. So there's been confusion, and a lot of elementary teachers really don't want to lose on their field trips. So the other question is, how should teachers handle field trip opportunities with summer application deadlines when staffing assignments for the upcoming school year have not yet been finalized? If a field trip provider has limited capacity and cannot accommodate an entire grade level, can interested teachers and their classes still participate? Or is there an expectation that all classes must attend and none can attend? And the last one is, what supports, guidance, or streamlined procedures can the district provide to reduce administrative burdens and ensure students do not miss valuable educational opportunities due to application or staffing challenges? And also my other question is, how can we make volunteer opportunities for families a lot easier? I know that I have talked to a lot of families who said who wanted to volunteer, but we have, everybody has to get fingerprinted and TB tested. So if we could find a way where it's more accessible for everybody so we can get more of our community in our classrooms. So that's all I have to say.
Trustee Medina?
All right, cool. If anybody was curious, Ghana beat Panama. Just throwing that out there. 1-0. All righty. So on Monday, I joined Trustee Flynn for our What's on the Agenda preview. I appreciate everyone who showed up, asked questions, and helped us better understand what our community is watching tonight. Today, I attended Driscoll's community event where families advocated and health experts spoke about organophosphates and the health impacts pesticide exposure has on our children, workers, and communities like ours. These issues are not distant from the Pajaro Valley. They affect our students, our schools, and our families. And I hope that this board leadership will move my environmental protection resolution forward for the student, staff, and community members who have been impacted for far too long. I was also happy to see our Pajaro Panthers prepare for the transition to high school, whether they become Wildcats, Grizzlies, or something else. Congrats to all of you, because that is a huge accomplishment. But I also want to be clear. I have heard from teachers, staff, and parents at Pajaro Middle School who are deeply concerned about leadership, teacher support, student safety, and whether the voices of those closest to students are being heard. I stand with the educators, classified staff, and families who have contacted me, and you all deserve answers, respect, and real follow-through with your concerns. Tonight, I also want to turn our attention to the recent news about a consultant this district is paying a significant amount of public money. Constituents have raised concerns about the Measure M consultant contract, including allegations connected to past public work. Whether people agree or disagree with the reporting, the large issue is clear. This board has a responsibility to vet the people whose contracts we approve. Due diligence is not optional. Oversight is not a formality. When we approve six-figure contracts while families are raising concerns about cuts, class sizes, mental health services, special education, transportation, custodial assignments, and school safety, we have to ask hard questions. Our community has also raised concerns about administrator raises during budget cuts, loss of licensed therapists, wellness coaches being used in place of clinicians, mobile device accommodations for students with disabilities, curriculum purchases, environmental contamination in your schools, and Brown Act concerns, which we have filed 3, and yet we have not got a response from legal or the superintendent. These are not isolated issues. They all point back to trust. Every contract we approve, every concern we ignore, every question we fail to ask sends a message to this community about who this district listens to and who this district is willing to protect. I hope this moment is a wake-up call. Oversight means doing the work before harm is done, not explaining it after. And I intend to take that responsibility seriously. Thank you.
Welcome again. Thank you in advance for your patience as I do my best to navigate this temporary role. But let's see what good trouble I can get into today. I'd like to congratulate all our graduates. I attended Aptos Junior High, Valencia, and Aptos High School graduation. And I'd like to say that as someone who struggled in school and faced significant personal challenges while in high school, I know how hard fought the accomplishment of high school graduation may have been for you. I'm speaking to our high school graduates, all of our high school graduates. I also want to recognize all those who helped you get across the finish line. Y'all should be proud. Now, close that chapter and keep moving. Dwell not on the things of the past, Rather, look forward with curiosity and excitement for all the good things to come. I believe in each of you. I also want to say happy Pride and happy Juneteenth. Friday, for some, is a day to remember and reflect, and for others, such as myself, to rest and recreate. I didn't have time, but if I had my way and thought about it in time, I would have omitted the Pledge of Allegiance and asked us to play the Black National Anthem. So in your free time, I will ask you all to go and look that up as your Juneteenth assignment. Thank you. Okay, moving on to superintendent comments.
Sylvester, you could skip that. And our goals, which we'll hear a report on later this evening. I could go to the next one, next slide. Okay, tonight I'd like to share some very exciting data with you on what we call DIBELS. DIBELS stands for Dynamic Indicators in Basic Early Literacy Skills. This is an assessment that we give to our students in kindergarten through third grade, and it's a measure of their reading skills. And we give this assessment at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And so the data that I want to share with you tonight is a comparison of our students, all kindergarten through third grade students, and the comparison of middle of the year to end of the year. Go ahead to the next slide. So over the past 2 years, we have made some strategic investments to strengthen our literacy outcomes. There's been very intentional investments that the board has approved in all of your wisdom. And we have implemented a very expansive and strategic program called LETTERS, which is a curriculum for teachers that is the science of reading. And I know we have a lot of teachers in the audience right now who are participating in that program. That program is to help teachers to understand how the human brain cracks the code, so to speak, of learning to read so that the teachers can be more effective in teaching reading to students. This is a really thorough curriculum, and it is very time consuming. And so we really commend all of our teachers who are engaged in that. And it's like akin to getting a master's degree in reading. Go on to the next slide. And so, as we are in our first year with our first cohort of teachers beginning this program, we are seeing already the fruits of the efforts of our teachers. Our really big win is that 10% of our students improved in what we would call our at or above benchmark scores in DIBELS. So increasing from 36% at the middle of the year to 46% at the end of the year. In education, when you look at double-digit growth like that, that is really impressive. We also saw another really impressive gain, and that is that our students who were scoring well below also showed significant gains by moving from that well below category into the next category, and that was at a rate of 9%, so almost getting to that double-digit gain. So that is also some significant gains. What we're seeing is kind of the bookend. So where we want to move students into that at or above benchmark, having a huge gain, and then the well below moving. So right, the two ends that we want to see improvement in saw improvement. The most important grade level that where you really teach reading skills is first grade. And where we saw the most growth in the district was exactly where we want to see it, first grade. Next slide. This is another chart that shows how our students are moving and making a shift across the district. So the top bar or the top part of this graph is the middle of the year numbers. So what you can see is at the middle of the year, that big band in red is our students that were well below, performing well below. The amber group was students who were a little bit above the well below. The green is students who are at or above, and the blue are students who were exceeding standards in reading. At the end of the year, what you see happening is a dynamic shift. The end of the year has shrunk in the red. So students well below has shrunk. The yellow has also gotten smaller, which is exactly what we want to see happen. And then that green bar of students at or above and the blue exceeding has all grown. So that what we're seeing is a shift of students as they move along and learn more and become better readers. And that's across all K through third grade. So this is really promising data. Go ahead to the next slide. As we break it down into grade levels, what we see is our kindergarten students had the well below high risk students improve by 7%. So that we want that number to go down, that's positive. And we saw students increase in their mastery at 12%, double-digit gains. First grade, our big winner, decreased by 15% in the well below and 17% growth in that at or above category. Second grade, that well below, 11% of our students moved out of that category while 12% gained in mastery. And third grade is an interesting grade level. I'll explain that in a minute. Third grade showed the least amount of gains. However, there is a big jump in third grade in expectations for our students, and that is a not unexpected change in numbers. Third grade, we usually see less gain because students are expected to read at a different level. That's when comprehension comes in for students. And so we usually see that it's not really unexpected, but we're still seeing growth in third grade. So as we look at this, what we see is very promising data. We see our students moving in the right direction in reading. Next slide. Yeah, exactly. Good job, teachers. So exactly, reasons to celebrate. District-wide movement towards the benchmark and above performance standards in DIBELS. PVUSD has not seen that movement in the past, and so now we're seeing some really positive gains. So good job, teachers. Yes, let's applaud our teachers in the crowd tonight. And our teachers who are at home, hopefully taking restful vacations, because this is a lot of hard work. We see positive literacy growth amongst all our elementary grade levels. Our strong gains are in the grade levels where we really want to see literacy improving first grade. And then more students are meeting benchmark means that we're requiring fewer interventions, which is what we want to have happen. And we think this is pointing to that early evidence that the investment in letters is paying off. Looking ahead, we have done some other things to continue that our investment and support the investment in letters. This summer, we had 3 days of summer PD where teachers attended phonics training for our new phonics adoption, UFly. We have another opportunity for teachers to attend in August. And if teachers miss those 2 opportunities, we'll be able to catch them up when they return back. I attended the 3 days in June, and I think it was really well received by teachers. I know that I had a good time, I learned a lot, and I think that it's going to be really effective for our students. So we'll be seeing a little bit more data later tonight, but really I think what we end the year with is a celebration of progress, a huge gratitude to our teachers who not only used a lot of their time to engage in learning for themselves, but also brought that learning back into the classroom. And we're seeing evidence of that in the data. So huge shout out. I'm really happy to celebrate this data tonight.
Thank you. Moving on to 4.1, approval of the agenda. I think we have one speaker to this item. Brandon? Is that Brandon? Yeah.
Hello, board. Happy summer. Doesn't feel like it though, because this agenda has 286 minutes worth of reports and discussions. So we will be here for at least the next 4.76 hours. So it's going to be a long night, and that is by choice. That is because this board has moved to meet every 3 weeks instead of every 2. And it's just so ironic that every year when summer break comes, we load these agendas up with whole bunch of things that represent power grabs, contracts being awarded, just rubber stamped, and then some pretty consequential things like the LCAP and the SELPA plan. I am speaking against that and asking that couple things is I would like to see items 11.17 and 11.34 moved to the deferred consent agenda to discuss those. Those are items to approve contracts for PVPSA and Effective School Solutions, groups that we should be moving away from working with and actually trying to retain our counselors. I'd also like to request that item 6.2 be removed from the agenda. We don't need 2 silos of speech where we can only speak during these 2 silos. If someone wants to speak on every single agenda item, they should be able to speak to every item. And even last time, you guys spent like 10 minutes going back and forth trying to figure out how to navigate 6.1 and 6.2. Just eliminate 6.2 and let people speak to what they want to speak on. I also want to note that my colleagues' signs here are pretty obstructive for the people in the back. I know that's not an approval of the agenda, but it is impeding some people's ability to participate in the meeting. So maybe you should just go back to letting us submit slides so we don't have to find our workarounds. But it'll be a long night, so you'll be hearing more from me. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with moving 10.1 right before 10.2.
I'll second.
I have to remove, that, I can do that during consent, yeah. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did you have something?
Sorry, did I misspeak? Yes, I'm sorry. I have it written down and I
Okay.
have transport them. So my
Was-
motion was to move 10.2 to before 10.1 because we have someone who's presenting from over the hill, yes.
And we have a second, but then we have another. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd like to amend that motion to include removing 6.2 public comment on agenda items. And yeah, that would be my only amendment right there.
My only concern to that is that I want to make sure that there's nobody here that wants to speak now, because the intent of it is for somebody to be able to speak now and not have to wait until later and they can leave. That's the point of that. So it's not to bar anybody from speaking, it's to allow them to speak now. Because I know there might be some people who want to go home. That's the intent behind 6.2. And people can still speak to all of these other agenda items as they come up. But if
Point
they
of order,
speak,
Trustee Flynn? Sorry, should we be debating this when it hasn't been
there is
seconded?
no debate. It's a discussion.
It's up. So if anybody wants to second that, by all means. If not, it could just die and we could move on and vote on the one that Trustee Flores proposed.
Okay. There's a second on the table, but not for yours. Is there a second? Thank you. Seeing none. Okay. Okay, so thank you again for your patience. So seeing that there's your motion, your second, can I get a all in favor? Aye. This is the part where I get confused. Any opposed? Yes. Abstaining, okay, yes. Thank you for your coaching. Motion carries 4-0-1-1. 1-2. Okay, thank you. Oh, 2 are absent, yeah. Okay, moving to 5.1. Report, we don't have any report on 5.1?
We do
No.
not have one.
No, okay. Moving to public comment 6.1 on non-agenda items.
We're on 5.1, right?
I just went to that.
Oh, I
Sorry.
had something to add
Oh,
to
you
that.
did. I apologize.
Yeah, I just want a point of clarification. So I know that during closed session, I'm sure there was a vote on the expulsions that were happening, but I guess my question is, it's put in the consent agenda item. Shouldn't that be in 5.1 where we openly vote on what that is? At least that's my understanding of ed code. No. Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to 6.1, public comment on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda for this evening. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussing of non-agenda items, we are listening. How many cards do we have? 25, okay. So we have some options here because we're only doing 30 minutes. Does anybody, I would make a motion to have the time go down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Would that make everything? And then that way everybody gets to speak.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries 4102. Everardo Gomez, Valerio Suarez, Urania Lopez, Veronica Jimenez, Monica Gonzalez, Roxana Villanueva, Maria Hernandez, yeah, Santiago Corona. I don't know how many that is. Cassidy Sullivan, Aline Shea.
Do you want me to try and translate? Do you want me to do the timer? Okay. Okay, Santiago, you can start. Puedes empezar.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Santiago Corona y represento a la escuela Radcliffe Elementary. Hoy vengo para hablarles sobre lo importante que es la clase de ciencias para mí y para mis compañeros. Igual que yo quiero que ellos tengan la oportunidad de aprender y explorar sobre ciencias y donde se pueden sentir como pequeños científicos. Mi maestra es Miss Fennessy y es una experta en ciencias y nos transmite su pasión a cada uno de los estudiantes. En el salón de ciencias realizamos experimentos y aprendemos a través de actividades con nuestras manos en vez de solo leer un libro, lo cual lo hace más divertido. Cada parte del salón tiene algo especial y diferente para explorar. La materia de ciencias es muy importante para nuestros estudios porque nos ayuda a comprender el mundo y nos prepara para el futuro. También nos anima a pensar de diferentes maneras y nos ayuda a resolver problemas. Durante Casa Abierta, más de 60 familias visitaron el Salón de Ciencias, donde pudieron ver lo que hacemos en clase y todos se divirtieron mucho. Les pido que no quiten la clase de ciencia porque no solo nos beneficia a los estudiantes, pero también le dan la oportunidad a la maestra de prepararse y planificar sus lecciones. Gracias.
I'm gonna try and translate part of that. Please don't come after me. This is not my specialty. Hello, everybody. My name is Santiago. I'm from Radcliffe Elementary. Today I'm coming to talk about the science class, not just me, but for also my classmates, where we feel like scientists. Our teacher does a really good job with the activities. We learn. We don't just learn from books. It makes it more engaging when we do activities. The curriculum of science is important. It motivates us and helps us understand science issues. Please don't take our science classes. And that was all I was able to write. So.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Valeria Suarez, and this is my little brother Damien. Our sister Eliana is also here, but she is shy. We all attend Radcliffe Elementary. My favorite subject in school is science. I enjoy science because it's fun and exciting. We get to do experiments, make discoveries, and learn new things. In one of our classes, we learned about electricity and were able to make a circuit board that made sound like music. That was really cool. I also really enjoyed learning about our solar system. Did you know that humans have 206 bones? I learned that in science class. In science class, I also learned that kids learn better by using our hands, not just reading off books. Science helps us understand the world around us. It teaches us why plants grow, how animals live, and how our bodies work. Science also helps us to learn about space, weather, and the environment. When I heard that next year the science class was not going to be the same, it made me sad. Sad because other kids like my sister are not going to learn the same way I did. Kids like my brother will not be able to do experiments like I did. The spark of learning and excitement will not be the same. I hope you make the right choice and continue helping our education and science release does not go away. I hope that part of your job is to support the youth and not take away tools and resources that will help us learn and grow. Science also teaches us to ask questions and find answers. I ask you, how would it feel if you lost something you love to do? I hope you find the right answer. For all the kids in years to come, do the right thing and save the science release. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Everardo Gomez. I'm a third grader going into fourth grade at HE Hyde. I'm here to tell you why I support the Parent Center at HE Hyde, because that place helps a lot of parents and students in many ways. The first way is that Parent Center provides close to students when we need it. Second reason is that the Parent Center provides food to our students and their families. And the third reason is because there is a lady named Orania that helps every student and parent that goes inside the Parent Center. I am very thankful for her, and I want to say thank you to all the parent volunteers that are always there for us and making it feel like our home. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Urania Lopez. I am the Community School Specialist at HA Hyde. Today, we're going to respectfully give the board a little bit of homework. Our presentation from now on after Eve is going to be in Spanish. And we are declining an interpreter because we would like for the board to have a sense of what our families go through when our board meetings are mainstreamed in English only. For those who do not know how to read and are unable to, even if that is subtitled, they won't be able to reach that. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Antes de comenzar, queremos agradecerles por escucharnos. Hoy, la comunidad de HA Hyde presentaremos en español y respetuosamente declinaremos el uso de un intérprete. Lo hacemos para que por unos minutos puedan experimentar lo que vive gran parte de nuestra comunidad cuando las reuniones de la mesa directiva se transmiten únicamente en inglés. La mayoría de nuestras familias hablan y entienden solamente español. Algunas incluso tienen dificultades para leer o escribir. Cuando no hay interpretación al español, muchas quedan excluidas de las conversaciones y decisiones que afectan a sus hijos. Nuestro centro de padres, financiado por la beca de escuelas comunitarias, fortalecido por donaciones y voluntarios, trabaja cada día para conectar e involucrar a las familias. Sin embargo, ese esfuerzo tiene límites cuando la información más importante no es accesible para ellas. Si las transmisiones fueran interpretadas al español, más padres podrían participar, informarse y convertirse en miembros activos de nuestro distrito. Demos a nuestra comunidad acceso. Eso no es un privilegio, es un derecho. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Jiménez. Quiero agradecer al Centro de Padres de HA Hyde porque aquí encontré mucho más ayuda. Encontré una comunidad, apoyo y esperanza cuando más lo necesitaba. Este lugar no solo cambió mi vida, también impactó la vida de mi familia. Honestamente, si no hubiera sido por este centro, podía haber terminado en las calles. Ahora soy voluntaria en el centro y también participo como voluntaria en las clases de mis hijos. Eso es algo que antes no imaginaba posible. Este centro me dio la oportunidad de crecer en mí misma y de ser un ejemplo para mi familia. Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Mónica González, trabajo en la escuela HA Hyde y quiero dar mi testimonio de cómo el Centro de Padres ha beneficiado a mi escuela. El Centro de Padres, desde que abrió el año pasado, ha apoyado a nuestros padres en la transición para registrar a sus estudiantes. Antes lo hacíamos en papel, que los maestros también estábamos involucrados en checar que los padres entregaran esas formas, Hoy el centro de padres, si los padres necesitan registrar a sus estudiantes para el próximo año, les ayuda a hacer el proceso en línea, lo cual los padres no tienen ningún entrenamiento y muchas veces tienen dificultad en hacer este proceso. También antes se les comunicaba los mensajes por Class Dojo. Muchos de nuestros padres no sabían cómo pasar la transición de plataforma a la nueva que es Parent Square, y el centro de padres ha estado ahí apoyando a estos padres a esta transición. Y como dijo la señora Verónica, el centro de padres ha abierto no nada más la parte tecnológica y la comunicación con ellos, pero también ha proveído a los padres con asistencia de información como legal o otros recursos en la comunidad. Como maestra, yo me siento muy orgullosa de contar con los padres voluntarios en mi salón de clases. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Hernández. Soy mamá de un alumno que se acaba de graduar de 5º grado. Gracias a High, a su enseñanza de los maestros, mi hijo se acaba de graduar. Él está muy contento por todos los 5 años que él pasó en esa escuela. Siempre está contento con sus maestros de ciencias. Todo me platica sus experiencias que él pasa en esa escuela y él le gusta mucho estar ahí. También estoy muy agradecida con el Centro de Padres de Familia porque hemos salido muy beneficiados de la ayuda que nos brindan. Cuando yo necesito información, Urania siempre está para ayudarnos. Gracias por todo.
Hola, buenas noches. Me llamo Roxana Villanueva y soy madre y voluntaria de H-Hire. Tengo 2 niños y una niña que son estudiantes de H-Hire. Estoy aquí hoy para dejarles saber que en H-Hire, gracias a nuestra directora Erin Legarreta y a Urania, nuestra Community School Specialist han hecho un impacto muy grande y han apoyado mucho a nuestros padres voluntarios y han hecho que se convierta el centro de familia para nuestros estudiantes y sus familias un lugar seguro y una comunidad donde podemos apoyarnos entre todos. El centro se ha convertido en la base de la escuela para muchas familias en diferentes formas, como dice en los letreros. Para mí, en el personal, me ha ayudado mucho en saber que puedo ser un líder. Y volver a creer en mí misma, que yo puedo ser algo más. Ahora les quiero dejar una tarea junto a la junta directiva. Pudieron entender lo que dije. Tal vez unos de ustedes sí y unos no. Les pedimos que pongan las juntas en YouTube en español también para nuestros padres del distrito, que son más del 90% de los estudiantes en español, y sus padres que quieren saber sobre lo que está pasando en las escuelas de sus hijos. Pero si ustedes no nos dan el acceso para informar cómo podemos ayudar, cómo poder saber sobre lo que está pasando en la escuela, en el distrito, si pudieran hacerlo como lo hicieron durante el COVID, se agradecería mucho. Gracias.
Maria Cortez, Jeanette Cortez, Mindy Dumont, Crystal Martin, Murphy Bader, Rebecca Royston, Shirley Flores, Omar Dieguez. Bobby Marchesalt, and Mariana Sanchez.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Contreras, I'm Eileen Shea, and this is Cassidy Sullivan, and we're here on behalf of the school psychologist. After reviewing current hiring information, it appears there are only 2 open positions, 2 open school psychologist positions posted, yet 5 school sites remain without an assigned psychologist for the next school year. These include Pajaro Valley High School, Ansolo Elementary, Rolling Hills Middle School, Radcliffe Elementary, and Hall District Elementary. Last year alone, these sites required approximately 170 initial and triennial special education assessment. Those numbers do not include the many other responsibilities school psychologists perform every day, including consultation with staff and families, crisis response, behavioral support, MTSS implementation, manifest determination meetings, report writing, counseling support, and special education compliance activities. At the same time, our district has reduced positions in behavioral services, educationally related mental health services, and social emotional support programs. As those services disappear, more responsibilities are being shifted onto school psychologists without corresponding staff increases. This is not simply a workload issue.
This is a student services issue, a special education compliance issue, and a staff retention issue. When psychologists are spread too thin, assessments are delayed, interventions are harder to implement, and students with the greatest needs receive less support. Our department has consistently stepped up to meet growing demand, but we have reached a point where doing more with less is no longer sustainable. We are asking the board and the district leadership to prioritize filling these vacancies, providing realistic staffing levels, and ensuring that students and families receive the services that they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Murphy Baxter. I have been a volunteer in the district since 2009 at Duncan Hobart School. Since then, I have been at Minty Way. My concern is that you are trying to relocate the kids at Duncan Hobart. I have seen firsthand on how Duncan works, from kids first going there to leaving. I have seen the progress they have made. As a past student of Duncan, it helped me learn to talk, focus more, and not be as clumsy. Early intervention is imperative to the progress of students. Duncan was made especially for kids with special needs. Moving them is wrong. My question is, if you move Duncan students, are you going to make the school they go to accessible for wheelchairs and all disabilities? Also, by relocating Renaissance, the kids will be more likely to cut and go down to Main Street where there are restaurants. Right now, there's nowhere for them to go. They're secluded, which makes attendance better. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Royston. I'm a teacher at Radcliffe Elementary. I am so proud of the Fierce Dragons that were here tonight and inspired by our students who have spent part of their summer vacation attending a board meeting and advocating for what students deserve. While I'm proud of them, I'm also saddened that they feel the need to be here, asking for something that should already be protected. In the last week of school, families and staff learned that science release at Radcliffe was eliminated, along with science and PE release positions at other sites across the district. Beginning next year, our release program will shift to art and music for all students. Let me be clear, art and music are incredibly valuable, but students should not have to choose between art and science. They deserve both. I taught both science and art this year because our site had music release for TK through second grade, and I can tell you firsthand that classroom teachers cannot replicate the depth, preparation, and passion that a dedicated release teacher brings to a specialized subject. These educators create engaging experiences that spark curiosity, build skills, and inspire students in ways that are difficult to sustain while also managing all the other responsibilities of a classroom teacher. Historically, release programs have reflected site needs and priorities. I urge the district to be transparent about how these decisions were made and reconsider choices that diminish opportunities for our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Martin. I have been a fifth grade teacher at Ohlone Elementary for 21 years, and both of my children have attended PVUSD schools. My son will be entering eighth grade at Pajaro Middle School next year. As a teacher, I also send my promoting fifth graders to Pajaro. Because of that, I have a deep personal and professional investment in the safety and success of Pajaro Middle School. That is why I'm deeply concerned by the issues surrounding Principal Nicole Killian's leadership. In May, 14 out of 17 teachers voted no confidence in the principal, citing concerns that included student safety involving drug use and sales on campus, students bringing weapons, direct threats by students to other students as well as to a staff member, lack of communication, and lack of support. In addition, my own son has reported concerns about students drinking and using drugs in bathrooms and locker rooms on campus. When such an overwhelming majority of staff raise concerns about the school environment, those concerns deserve serious attention. Yet the response from district leadership was that there was no significant issue because 12% of staff still supported the principal. That represents only 3 teachers on the entire campus. This is not about conflicting personalities or teachers getting their way, as they've been accused. It is about whether students and staff have the safe, supportive learning environment they deserve. Every family should feel confident that their children attend a school where concerns are addressed, staff are respected, and students' well-being comes before protection of an ineffective administrator.
We only have a half an hour, so you're cutting into other people's time.
As someone who has dedicated more than 2 decades to this district, I am asking the board to listen to the voices of the educators and parents at Pajaro Middle School, thoroughly investigate the concerns that have been raised, and take meaningful action to restore trust and ensure a safe learning environment for all students and staff. Based on the information that has been brought forward, I believe new leadership is necessary at Pajaro Middle School. Our students, families, and staff deserve nothing less.
Hello, my name is Janet Cortez. I am here in behalf to what Ms. Martin was talking about. I do not have something written, but I strongly believe that we should remove her. It's not safe for us, as like me, I was a student from there. My siblings are now going to there. My 5th grader sister just graduated. I do not feel safe. I do not feel like this is okay for them to go to that school. Clearly they are using drugs. They are having weapons right there, which is not safe to do so. And the principal is not doing nothing to change this. She basically doesn't care. She doesn't show like any awareness that is happening there. It doesn't look like nobody's doing anything. You guys want parents and people to come here, and that's what we're here for. I really hope that you guys listen to us and make a change about this, because it's not fair what you guys are doing. I fear for my siblings' safety at that school. It's not cool what you guys are doing, and I really hope that you guys to listen to this, because it's just not fair. I'm shocked. I was a former student, like I said, and I had a best experience at Pajaro Middle School. I had lots of safety, lots of fun experiences. It was just amazing. And I fear for, like, obviously upcoming, you know, like, what are they gonna feel like when they're gonna see things that are, like, happening now, and they're gonna be like, well, that's okay. Like, the principal doesn't do anything, you know? So it's like, I don't think it's cool. There should be a change about this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Cortés. Yo estoy aquí porque quiero que remuevan a nuestra directora, Nicole. Soy una mamá de 2 estudiantes que están en la secundaria Pajaro. Yo creo que la escuela no tiene seguridad suficiente para los estudiantes y maestros. La directora no tiene un control sobre todo lo que está pasando. Yo quisiera que hubiera un cambio con la directora de que está actualmente, y tener a alguien que nos dé tranquilidad de que nuestros hijos están a salvo. Tenemos que hacer un cambio ahora. Muchas gracias.
Trustee Flynn, can we please remind the audience about side conversations? It makes it very difficult to hear the speakers that are at the podium.
If I see the need, I will. Thank you. Bobby?
All right, happy summer. Reading update, good news, cool, thanks, that way. Lookout comment, didn't know, not cool, with you. Professionalism message that came out earlier this month, I want to speak to. Using Parent Square, as a parent who receives a lot of messages there, receiving it for what feels sometimes like district propaganda is not appreciated. To that message, I have issues, thoughts about the situation that it was a response to, but time. What I also find not professional, nodding about decorum when we're up here without acknowledging contributions to it, not working with your labor partners. And I also have major concerns about the comments made at the last board meeting about 2 former cabinet members leaving because of Trustee Medina. I have addressed that with other board members when it's been said online, that 1, it's not true, and 2, even if it is, where somebody chooses to stay silent because they are in this profession, we allow them to stay silent, not bring it up. I have tried to do the same, but by the top person in our district making that accusation here, it puts your colleague in a very unfair position to either stay silent or to say something. I don't think it's true, and I think you know that. My quick plug, if I can go early in 6.2, I have a hard out, but if not, after rehearsal, I'll be here at 11:30 if you're still going. Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariana Sanchez. I am a teacher, and thank you for rescinding my layoff. I'm hired back. I want to say thank you. And thank you for that data that you put up for Dibbles. It was really great to see that because of being part of it. But with that, I want to start with, this is true or false? True, false. Reading intervention is support students' reading outcome, just like we saw with the Dibbles. Our reading intervention teachers also support and will make an effort to increase our Dibbles testing scores. School counselors support students' mental and social emotionally. True or false? I think it's true. And if students are doing well mentally and socially, they will also do well academically. Science teachers support students' science education. As we've seen the families come up here, these are all positions that are being let go, yet we don't see the outcome that they're gonna have on all aspects on these students. Academic coordinators, instructional aides, teachers themselves, all make an impact on students. True or false? True or false, a cap on benefits is a pay cut. True or false, a new job title, new job description, new job salary is a new job.
Thank
True
you.
or false, teachers work unpaid overtime hours.
Thank you for your time.
True or false,
That's your
inclusion is
time.
forcing students into general education environment.
Thank you for coming and speaking.
Good evening. I'm going to talk really fast. Okay, so at our last board meeting, I said I was going to be reaching out to parents this summer about the cuts made across our district, and I want to thank those who have supported me in reaching out to the parents and community members. And one thing I have to say is that PVUSD parents are incredible. They show up, they deeply care about their children's education, they support their teachers, and they want what's best for students, put students first. What continues to surprise me is how so many of these parents have no idea about the extent of these cuts. When they learn about the reductions to all of these services that directly support their children, they are shocked and they ask, how are these decisions helping our students? And they overwhelmingly tell me they stand with us. And I want to be clear where we stand. Mediation is approaching. We want an agreement. We are not willing to accept a cap on our benefits. This shifts an increasingly amount of financial burden onto the very lives of the people that dedicate themselves to this district. So while you are sitting on $51.5 million in reserves, we don't want to strike, but we will. We want to be in our classrooms supporting our students.
Thank you,
but if you
Mindy.
if you refuse to work with us,
Thank
we
you.
will strike.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Flores Munoz, and I'm an instructor with Cabrillo College. I just want to say and acknowledge our teachers. I was a product of Pajaro School, from kindergarten all the way to 8th grade, and they graduated me. So I want to say thank you because we have 16,000, almost 500 students. And that is because our teachers, please respect our teachers because they're the ones that do this Herculean feat. What is a Herculean feat? The fact that out of our 16,500 students, 1/3 of them are learning English or need assistance in those classes. Their parents, you saw them tonight, are here because they want a betterment for their own children. They've given up their language to come to a new country, their jobs, their families, everything, because they have hope and inspiration in their children and in us. Let's don't fail them. I was at Cabrillo College. I got there and there were like 300 to 500 Latino students in 1981. Well, that tells you I'm kind of old, but anyway, I got there then and we have 5,500. And why? Because we created access. Okay, hiring people who speak Spanish is access. Bringing the college to Watsonville is access. And giving somebody $218,000 who does not speak Spanish is outdated, and we don't live in that world anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our education is under attack. We have school board members here that are pushing a secret agenda. We have school board members here that are clueless in what they're doing here and using AI and just making bad decisions. We have a superintendent that took $50,000, I don't know how much you took from students, and then bringing people here that don't belong in our district that are questionable about who they are and what they're doing in other districts. I don't even understand why that's happening. The situation at PV, at Pajaro Middle School, put a principal in there that fits the culture, that understands the students, that's gonna communicate with them. We have police officers here. I don't know how much you guys are paying them, but they've been here for over a year. That money could go to programs like Barrios Unidos to help the situation at Pajaro Middle School. There's bad decisions being made here. Our students are in need of mentors, support, mental health clinicians, and all that. Not only are they being exposed to bad decisions, but they're also being exposed to pesticides.
Thank you. Chris Webb, Christina Carter, Lorda Azaro, Marta Biolich, and Miss Garrett.
I want to begin by condemning political violent comments online. And also, I'm so pro-safety that's why I was there at PMS. And I was reaching out to the community. And it was actually a good experience. Wound up running into an old student, didn't even recognize him. He recognized me, and then I thought he had me confused because he's like, world history is like, nope. But he knew about my car, which Kit doesn't. So Kit should get with the culture because the kids know, right? And that's how I connect with them. But it was a good interaction, and if you don't like that, well, you guys could have prevented the whole thing. Like, we're really just, I'm so anti-violence that I do not tolerate when students are gonna be threatening my members with killing them if they don't change grades. That's not acceptable. It's shocking to me that we're not on the same page with this. I think this board has you bring a lot of heat on yourself. And I would just remind you of a JFK quote: those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. I think you need to learn from history. I feel like this board is maybe on the sundown supporter side. If we were in history, I think of the decisions, except for you, Medina, but the rest, I think you might be on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Azaro, and I'm officially retired. But I'm not going to celebrate till I get my first pension check. So that was a little joke, but I have a letter that was written to the board and you, Dr. Contreras, collectively, and I'm wondering if I won't be able to read it all Can I give you a copy, Olivia, since you represent HA High?
I can help you and yield my time.
I'll give it to you. I can give it to you when I'm done. But it's a urgent request for targeted staffing and support at HA Hyde Elementary and the other schools. The data for reading was amazing. It's great. And you know, it doesn't have to be a new norm for second and third graders to start going down. And we have someone here who has a PhD, which is not easy to do. We have a bunch of board members that are college educators. And guess what this says? I asked, does research into reading acquisition by second and third grade students indicate that whole classes of 25 students per one teacher are proficient readers at the end of the year? And guess what came up? No. Educational research does not indicate that whole classes of 25 students taught by a single teacher will universally achieve reading proficiency. So think about that as you continue to vote on cuts.
Members of the board, Marta Belich here. I'd like to raise a point of order. There are two large signs on tripods positioned in the front of the room directly adjacent to the public podium. The PVFT president has already objected to their presence. I'm not sure who placed them here or who they belong to, but they are clearly advocacy displays on an active labor dispute item. The tripods are over 5 feet and are a physical safety hazard. They obstruct sightlines and create a tripping danger for anyone approaching the podium. Every member of the public has the right to address the board safely and observe the proceedings without such obstruction. I respectfully request that these tripods be removed. If the board is insistent upon keeping these tripods and signs here, then the other tripod should be placed in a non-obstructive location, like against the wall, or better yet, outside. I've observed at previous meetings that members of the public have held up signs in the audience area. Tripods with signs in front are an expansion and intensification of partisan messaging and warrant a significant policy review. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn,
Yes, Trustee
can we
Medina.
please get that sign removed?
Yes. Can we
Okay,
please
great.
move the sign?
Who's the owner of this sign? Oh, Bill!
Okay.
You
Bill,
sneaky.
thank you. I
Go
had
ahead and
to-
move
I
that
had
over,
to-
Bill. Thank you.
I was concerned about the children's safety earlier, Bill, because they were standing here, so I moved your other one over there. Okay, thank you. All right, we're moving on to you, Ms. Garrett, and Trustee Flores, you can start her time as soon as she begins.
You should have allowed 2 minutes for everyone. I consider this pretty much censorship. Education, not radiation. Not radiation from cell towers, Wi-Fi, or any other sources. As former superintendent of Santa Cruz School, Alan Pagano stated in 2006, urging prudent caution be exercised until all such towers are proven conclusively to be safe. And quoting from Dr. Helen Caldicott, pediatrician and co-founder of Physicians for Social Responsibility. This is from 2000. Thank you. Radio frequencies emitted from mobile telephone wires will have deleterious medical effects to people within the near vicinity, according to a large body of scientific literature. Babies and children will be particularly sensitive to the mutagenic and carcinogenic effects of this radio frequency radiation. It is therefore criminal to place one of these aerials on or near a school. Drop the plans for a cell tower at Aptos High. It's criminal
Thank you.
policy.
Moving on to item 6.2, public comment on agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are on the agenda for this evening. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for these items, we are listening. So to reiterate, I'll ask, actually, those who come up, Bobby Marchesal and Chris Webb, that you please state which agenda item you're speaking to. They're forfeiting their chance to speak later on that item. If they want to speak to a different item, they may. Dr. Barasa? Okay. So the three of you, yeah, and please, again, let me know which agendized item you're
Can I say the
speaking
item
to.
before the time?
Please.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and get to 11:17, 11:20, 11:21, 11:24,
Wait, go slow, please.
8.5.
Please repeat that one more time.
Okay, 8.5.
Wait, you said 11:17 at the beginning, are you?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to, this is a teacher, highly efficient, okay?
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna smash this out.
It's been a long time since I've been in school, so, 11:17.
11:21,
Mm-hmm.
11:24,
Uh-huh.
and 8.5.
8:05, and, trustee Flores, you get 2 minutes, yes.
Okay, 11:17, the Effective School Solutions contract. This feels like supplanting to me. I think that we do better when we have people at the site that know the students and work with them regularly. And when we go to these outside contractors, we're wasting money because the relationship is not there. So on 11:20 and 11:21, I have concerns about these because of the way some other recent MOUs have gone through, where there's an integrity issue. Like something is said at the table, but then when people actually try and engage the training, it's not. Oh, it turns out they don't get that same kind of training. For example, like when Deepika sold us on these like AP training and I forget the other one. But, oh yeah, go to San Diego, it's gonna be great. Then people try and do it. Oh, sorry, you can't. Has to be San Rafael. And then these are short time notices where people are like planning their summers and stuff. Like you can't just like pull the rug out of people late. And then also they're supposed to be voluntary. So my big concern that I want everybody to be aware of is that going forward, if in 3 years, they're like, oh, sorry, Mrs. Jones, you didn't take the voluntary training, so we're gonna bump you now. Like, no, that can't happen. Like, I'm saying that now for 3 years from now, or however many years it is, then they try and pull the rug out from somebody. And then secondly, I just wanna say we need on 11/24, we need to keep our word. And then also, we need, like, if a teacher brings up the CBA, like, they're within their rights. And if there's any level of admin threatening teachers about that, that's problematic. Also, one final thing on 8.5, what I'm hearing across multiple districts is that the school districts that do well, they keep to the 3% reserve. And I think we're just causing trouble for ourselves by going beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before your time starts, please state which items you're speaking to.
All right. I think I got this right. 9.3, 10.2, 10.3, 10.5. Just a couple. And I will say, I don't hate 6.2 as long as it stays as it is. And this is said as you all know me. Last meeting, I was here till 2:30 in the morning with you. When I say we should let people speak, I'm here with you, all right? But today I got rehearsal, I gotta go. So here we go. On the budget, you know what, to these signs, yes, Bill, if we wanna continue, I know there's not easy answers, but if we continue to sacrifice teachers in the name of some of these rising costs, tell me what motive is there for the state to change any of their budgeting, right? We need to do something. The budget reserves, we hear it's for a rainy day. Guess what, everybody? It's pouring. Let's use them, all right? There's too much. So I look forward to hearing the presentation more later. 10.2, facilities bond. Hey, guess what? I got that survey. I'm represented in there. And I was kind of flabbergasted when I found out we were looking at doing another one. I was one of the hard no's in there, and I will continue to be if we don't also talk about a parcel tax in order to pay our teachers. We just had Measure M. We've used it to paint schools. Yeah, kids may like to go to schools that look good, but they also like schools with air conditioning. Why do we not start there instead of paint? And As the incoming VP of COPE, if our membership feels the same, I have no problem letting the community know where we stand on that if it goes forward. On 10.3, we need police officers. I respect them. I appreciate what they do. They do not belong in our schools. Why is there no oversight to be sure that there's mental health? Is that still happening? I'm hearing multiple things. Is there still a mental health clinician paired with each of those officers? Also, I know that WPD is understaffed right now. So if nothing else, while we're in a budget crisis, talk to them about, while we're 10, 15 officers under, there is money there to be used for the SROs until they fully staff. Let's have that conversation. And if we go to them saying, but we'll pay if you don't, of course they're not gonna pay. And finally on 10.5, just because it was mentioned, I spent my phone's almost dead because I spent 3.5 hours trying to catch up on Sustainable School Committee meetings today. But you mentioned Prop 28 in that first meeting, and I would love to know if somebody on the committee can please ask, or if somebody on the board can bring this forward, or you can email me. I would love to know, where did we end up on Prop 28 for our first year spending? Did we send anything back to the state? Did we not? I think that's something we deserve to know. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Dr. Barraza, and I'm here to speak on 10.3, the resource officers. I saw that there's a report, but I didn't know if the report was based on the survey you guys all sent, or is it on the guidelines that I've been asking for the last year and a half, because I still have not seen those guidelines. And every time I email you, Dr. Contreras, you keep telling me, it's almost there, it's almost there. It's been a year and a half, and I still have not seen anything. So I don't know if this report is the guidelines, or is it the survey that you sent out? Is it the survey that you sent out? Is that what the report is? Okay, because that survey that you guys sent out, it's not sufficient. If you want actual research, this is one of the items where you should get an outside person. This is the surveys that you send out are not sufficient. They're full of confounding variables. It's not that's not research. That it really isn't research. That's like an 8th grade, project. This is, if you're gonna be spending that much money, this is one where you do need actual research. A lot of the stuff that you guys get consultants for, you don't need. This is one where you guys do need one. So just checking that, because the amount of money that we're spending on SROs, we can spend it on other ways to make our schools safer.
Moving on to item number 7, employee organization comments. Now is the time that we hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes. Do we start with public comment for this? Okay. I don't think so. 7.1 PVFT.
Oh, hold on. Let me start my timer. Last time there was some confusion. I want to make sure I get all my time. Oh, I pulled up the freaking calculator, dude.
You're ticking into your time.
No, I'm not. Bill, they're running out of time, not me. All right, timer started. So first, if we don't have interpretation services available for these meetings, we should cancel it, full stop. We shouldn't be here doing this when we're denying so many of our community the information and ability to participate. 2, I want to call out and celebrate Pride Month. I think that we should do more to uplift the challenges and struggles that our LGBTQIA students face. I see a lot of comments online from just bigots and stupid people of well, how is this helping keep us safe? And it's it's making how is this helping our grades? And it's helping students feel safe at school. And if they feel safe at school, they're gonna keep coming to school so they could benefit. So I wanna call that out. I also, and speaking of comments, I do want to call out the people who have made death threats on the Lookout article. But Misty, I think it's very ironic that you started your comments criticizing us for bringing awareness to what's happening at Pajaro Middle School, which includes Principal Nicole Killian covering up a death threat made against a staff member. So, and then you go on to talking about death threats against the board. So do we take death threats seriously when it's against the board, but not a teacher? So it's just super, super ironic. What we aren't used to in this district is a leadership team who's completely unwilling to respect a vote of no confidence from a staff. We're used to some safety issues and personality conflicts, but what's transpired at Pajaro Middle School is abhorrent and it's against the law. Instead of hearing these concerns, the district is doubling and tripling down to back a failed administrator who has jeopardized the lives of students and staffs. We had a student message their teacher to say, change my grade or I'll shoot you. Lightspeed override intercepted that message, so it never actually made it to the teacher. When the teacher reached out to the principal to say, hey, what did the student say? She lied to him, and she told him that the student said, change my grade or else, omitting the, or I'll shoot you. It wasn't until a week later that he actually finally saw the actual message. This deceit from Principal Killian was not only irreparably damaging, but it violated Senate Bill 906 and Ed Code sections 48390 through 49395, which requires the district to contact local law enforcement to conduct a threat assessment when a homicidal threat is made. No threat assessment was done. She lied and she covered it up instead, and our district is backing that person. We have students brandishing weapons and slicing a peer's arm open with a razor blade during class time. And Principal Killian has failed to effectively communicate to our staff or to keep our students safe. She again provided no information after the student slashed one of their peers with a razor blade and forced the next teacher going into that class as a period sub to walk into that room with zero knowledge of what just happened and a class full of traumatized kids. That's on Principal Killian. That's on Peggy Pugh. That's on Heather Contreras. The school board needs to act to remove Principal Killian before we have another murder similar to the tragedy that we had at Aptos High School in 2021. I'd encourage the board to think critically about some of the connections and trends that unite that tragedy and a potential another tragedy. And that's the principal at Aptos High at that time is now our director of student services. We've had students bringing weapons to school. We've had stabbings on campus. We've had guns brought to campus. We've had students who should have been expelled, who she declined the expulsion and put it back on the team. She doesn't know what she's doing in that position, and she's jeopardizing student safety. Instead of taking that serious, we're burying our heads in the sand and not acting. I've also requested that the district investigate a complaint that I've made that on June 4th, when we were out there distributing literature to inform the public about the unsafe conditions at the school, Principal Killian's husband was out there taking pictures and approaching members to the point where they felt uncomfortable. And a parent actually went up to him and said, "Don't take pictures of my students. You're making us uncomfortable." I asked the district to investigate whether or not Nicole Killian had knowledge of or directed her husband to go intimidate our employees, and they failed to investigate. It took them 12 days to even answer, but that's someone that you guys gave a contract extension to. So I really need to think critically and respect the will of that staff. Move her out, put her into a literacy coach position, make her an academic coordinator somewhere or a vice principal, but she is not fit to lead that school site. I'm gonna have to speak a bunch tonight because there's a bunch of things on the agenda, but I wanna just close with something Mindy pointed out. We are in negotiations this year and we don't want to strike, but we will.
CSCA.
Good evening. Tonight I want to begin with gratitude. I want to thank our classified employees, our bus drivers, our instructional aides, our healthcare staff, our migrant education staff, our early childhood education employees, our custodians, our food service workers, our office staff, our human resources staff, payroll teams, our maintenance and facility crews, our technology staff, our library staff, our expanded learning employees, and every classified professional who serves students and families each day. You are the heartbeat of this district. This year has not been easy. Our members have lived through layoffs, displacement, uncertainty, staffing shortages, increased workloads, changing assignments, payroll concerns, and operational changes. Say that 5 times. Many carried burdens that others never seen, but I heard. Yet every day they showed up. They showed up for our students, they showed up for our families, they showed up for each other, because that's what classified professionals do. But tonight, I want to be clear about something. We are often told that layoffs are difficult decisions. We're told that they're necessary. We're told that they're simply the decisions that the board must make. Wah, wah. Respectfully, that is not entirely true. The role of a governing board is not simply to approve cuts after they've arrived on an agenda. The role of the governing board is to ask difficult questions before people lose their jobs. Challenge assumptions, scrutinize budgets, follow the money. Ensure every alternative that has been explored before impacting these employees, because it reaches students and it reaches their families. I encourage every trustee to examine the assumptions behind the narrative and ask difficult questions. That is governance, that is accountability, that is leadership. Because behind every position is a person, a family, a mortgage, a child, depending on that paycheck, a future that can change overnight. And we have seen that reality play out this year, and it breaks my heart. We have watched families from H.A. Hyatt Elementary, Radcliffe, Pajaro Middle School students, staff, and community members come before this board and speak from their hearts about losing trust in relationships, losing stability, losing the sense of community that makes our schools feel like home. Those stories matter because the consequences of these decisions are measured not by dollars, they're measured by the relationships and the people. I would ask the board to reflect on conversations that took place during SSA. The district invited Oakland Unified School District into a conversation that as a comparable district. We were asked to learn from their experience and understand how they approached difficult decisions. Oakland Unified is facing a reported budget deficit of $105 million. Yet despite those challenges, Oakland recently reached a tentative agreement with its classified workforce that includes a 16% on-salary schedule increase. What stood out to me was not simply the number, it was the message. That even during difficult fiscal times, investing in people and preserving relationships remain the top priority. It's about sustaining trust, sustaining relationships, sustaining school communities, and sustaining the people who make student success possible. If Oakland was brought into this process to help us understand a district prioritizing people and relationships, then we should be asking whether the same commitment is being reflected here at Pajaro Valley. This June, our custodial team was directed to a significant temporary reassignment for a summer deep clean operations, and they only got 5-day notice. Our CBA is clear regarding involuntary transfers notice requirements. So let's be clear. Our CBA exists for a reason. Our MOUs exist for a reason. The Ed Code exists for a reason. They exist to create consistency, fairness, and they exist to ensure employees are treated with dignity, respect, and due consideration. When employees are directed into a significant assignment change, they are required to just eat it and do the work. And our people do. They do. But that's a trust issue. People are overwhelmed, people are overworked, people are worried, and they still show up every single day. Thank you, classified. I also want to address labor management. This district has invested significant tax dollars into labor management institution and training and relationship building. To be fair, the product has produced some results, but it needs to be consistent. Thank you.
Moving to 7.3 CWA. Oh, thank you. My cheat sheet. Okay, seeing no one here, I move to item 8.1. There is one card here, Mr. Bill Bleacher. Right.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and members of the community. Tonight, we are opening a public hearing for the public disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement between the Pajaro Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 132. This public hearing fulfills the statutory requirements of Assembly Bill 1200 and Government Code Section 3547.5. These laws require local education agencies to publicly disclose major provisions, specifically the current and subsequent fiscal year costs before entering into a final written agreement. To ensure full fiscal oversight and meet all the regulatory requirements, the AB 1200 documentation was submitted to the Santa Cruz County Office of Education on June 3rd, 2026. The key terms of the tentative agreement. The district and CACA Chapter 132 reached this tentative agreement on May 13, 2026. Approval of this proposed agreement will successfully close our bargaining negotiations for both the 2024-25 and the 25-26 cycles. The major compensatory changes included in the agreement are as follows. 24-25 fiscal year, a 1% increase retroactive to July 1, 2024. 25-26 fiscal year, a 2% increase effective July 1, 2025. Compounding, the result is a cumulative increase of 3.02 for our classified staff. This report is presented to ensure a full transparency and compliance and requires your action later on in the board agenda. We appreciate CSCA leadership team for working together to reach this tentative agreement. Thank you for your time.
Now,
It should be 8.2, not 8.1 on the card.
it says 8.1.
I know, I made a mistake.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Noted.
You want to whip
Seeing no other public comment, we can move to 8.2, public hearing. Any board discussion? Seeing none. Oh, well, that was fast. Nobody has anything to say? No. Okay, moving on to 8.2. Public disclosure of proposed compensation adjustment for certificated and classified management. This report is also given by Gerardo Castillo via video.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and members of the community. Tonight, we are opening a public hearing for the public disclosure of the proposed compensation adjustment for our certificated and classified management teams, including confidential. This presentation provides transparency regarding the financial impacts before any formal adoption by the governing board. In alignment with Assembly Bill 1200 and government code guidelines, local educational agencies must publicly disclose the financial impacts of salaries and benefits changes. While management employees are unrepresented and do not have an exclusive bargaining unit, public disclosure remains a statutory requirement. This allows County Office of Education to review our multi-year fiscal solvency. The disclosed documentation was successfully submitted to the Santa Cruz Office of Education on June 3rd, 2026, meeting our legal review guidelines. The primary objective of this adjustment is to maintain internal equity and prevent salary compression between supervisory positions and the staff they manage. Historically, the district aligns unrepresented management compensation adjustments with those negotiated for represented staff. The proposed adjustments directly mirror the economic package recently finalized for represented employee groups such as the AB 1200 CSCA public hearing previously disclosed. The major proposed compensatory changes are divided by fiscal years and management type. Classified management receives a 1% ongoing salary increase effective retroactively to July 1, 2024. Certificated management, a one-time 1,200 of schedule stipend. Fiscal year 25-26. Both certificated and classified management, a 2% ongoing salary increase for both teams, effective July 1, 2025. This proposal ensures the PBOSD continues to attract and retain high-quality leadership while remaining fiscally responsible and compliant with county oversight. It requires your action later on in the board agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gerardo. Any discussion? We have public comment first, right? Yeah. Your go.
Thank you. Because the details are obscure to us, I have an observation about the whole process. Wages and benefits are kept separate in the negotiations. They shouldn't be, and I'll explain why. If they're put together and you talk about total compensation, then you can negotiate these contracts in a fiscally responsible way. So cap, yes. In the last 14 years, our benefits have increased by 120%. Healthcare costs over that same time period doubled, and they're going to double again in the next 7 years. The retirement benefits that nobody talks about tripled in that first 14 years. They'll increase another 50% in the next 5 years. PVUSD goes bankrupt because you can't afford to pay out all of those benefits. It's impossible. The state would then come in and take over, and all of the contracts with the unions would be negated. All the trustees would be eliminated. The superintendent would be gone. It almost happened in 1991 to this district and in 2009, but the board acted in a responsible way and we avoided it. But it starts with, you need to relook at how you're negotiating with PVFT, and you got to put benefits and wages together in total compensation, then negotiate. Thank you.
Any board discussion? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, does this include cabinet level positions who would also get this increase?
No, it does not.
All right, thank you.
Any other board members? No? Seeing none, we can move on to 8.3. Special Education Local Plan Area Yearly Local Plan Presentation. This presentation will be given by video by Heather Gorman. Via video by Heather Gorman.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. Welcome to the public hearing on Special Education Local Plan Area, covering the local plan for the 26-27 school year. I'm Heather Gorman, the SELPA Director, and I will be walking you through this presentation for the last time in my tenure. Before we dive into the details of the plan, I want to reiterate our collective why, which drives all of our work in Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Our vision is that every student will graduate ready to contribute their unique skills and be a positive member of their community and the world. Our mission supports this by committing us to cultivating a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, and emotionally, preparing them to flourish in an evolving world. The local plan aligns directly with the district's overarching goals. Specifically, this plan ties into 3 key district goals. Goal 1, which focuses on academic excellence and powerful learning. Goal 3, concerning climate, culture, and community. And Goal 4, ensuring fiscal responsibility. This evening, we're focusing on the 2 main sections of the PVUSD local plan. Section E, the annual service plan, and Section D, the annual budget plan. The annual service plan is required to be reviewed yearly at a public hearing and provides a description of the services we offer, including the nature and physical location of those services. Crucially, the plan ensures we provide services to all eligible students, spanning the age range from 0 to 22. This slide provides an overview of the special education services available throughout the district. Our mild to moderate programs support students in general education settings through a combination of push-in and pull-out services. We also offer special day class SDC programs for students with mild to moderate disabilities, extensive support needs, therapeutic needs, and autism, including students with significant social and communication challenges. In addition, the district provides a specialized program for students who are deaf and hard of hearing and use American Sign Language as their primary mode of communication. The list on the right identifies the location of each district program. The far right column highlights related services, including, but not limited to, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, including alternative augmentative communication, AAC, and nursing services, which can be provided at any school site based on student need. So now let's move into the annual budget plan. This section covers our funding streams, which are diverse, including state aid, like AB 602, property taxes, various federal IDEA, Parts B and C, state and federal mental health funds, state infant toddler funding, and other revenue. PVUSD is a single district special education local plan area, or SELPA, and every SELPA must have a responsible local agency or administrative unit known as the RLA/AU, which is the legal entity that receives funds. For PVUSD, this RLA or AU is the superintendent, and this unit is responsible for ensuring every eligible child receives appropriate services. Now we briefly look at some statewide data for context. What's notable here is the decrease over the last several years statewide of federal funding and state funding. Because of these decreases, you'll see that the local contribution to fund special education services has increased from about 50% in 2014 to an average of 63% in 2024. This slide continues our review of statewide data. This is just another way to look at the information that was shown on the prior slide. This information helps us with perspective when looking at PVUSD's local plan. The projected revenue. The total projected revenue for the 26-27 school year is approximately $34.2 million. About 2/3 of the revenue, $21.8 million, comes from AB 602 state aid, which is an increase from the prior year. Federal IDEA Part B funding provides approximately $4.3 million, or about 18% of the total revenue, which is slightly lower than last year. Additional funding sources include state mental health funding, approximately $1.2 million or 4%, state infant and toddler funding, approximately $600,000 or 2%. The remaining revenue comes from a variety of smaller state and local funding sources. As in prior years, no property tax revenue is included in the SELPA budget. One of the key takeaways is that the SELPA continues to rely heavily on AB 602 aid and federal IDEA funding, which together account for more than 80% of the total monies coming in from other sources. Now we're going to look at the revenue summary. The total special education budget continues to be funded primarily through local contributions, which are projected at approximately $36.4 million, or about 51% of total revenue. This is a significant decrease of about $9.8 million from the previous year. State revenue is projected at approximately $28.5 million, making up for about 41% of the total revenue, and representing an increase from last year. And this is one of the reasons for the savings in the local contribution. Federal revenue is projected at approximately $5.2 million, accounting for about 7% of the total revenue. While local contributions remain the largest funding source, the district is projected to receive a larger share of its revenue from state funding in the 26-27 school year. Budget expenditure comparison. This slide compares budget expenditures from 26-27 school year to the 25-26 school year. Certificated salaries are projected at approximately $14 million, an increase from $13.4 million last year. Classified salaries are projected at approximately $15.7 million, a decrease from $18.2 million in the 25-26 school year. Employee benefits are projected at approximately $27.04 million, up from $26.2 million last year, and representing the largest expenditure category. Employee benefits continue to be the largest budget expense, while certificated salary costs are increasing and classified salary costs are decreasing compared to the prior years. Budget expenditures. The majority of the special education budget continues to be spent on salaries and employee benefits, which total approximately $56.7 million and represent nearly 80% of all expenditures. Supplies, services, and operating expenses are projected at approximately $12.5 million, accounting for about 18% of the budget. One notable change is the significant reduction in other outgo and financing costs, which are projected at about $1.4 million compared to $2.7 million in the prior year. Nearly 9 out of every $10 in the budget supports personnel costs, reflecting the staff-intensive nature of special education services. The budget also shows a substantial decrease in other outgo and financing expenses compared to last year. Thank you for your time and attention this evening.
Any public comments to this item? Brandon?
Open up my clock this time and not my calculator, but these allowing employees making six figures to phone in a pre-recorded presentation is like the weakest cop-out ever. How do we get any questions answered if the board has a question? We're gonna ask the pre-recording, or we're gonna get lied to, or we're gonna get, oh, you'll get that later, and then you never get it in a public setting. So it's just very shameful that we've resorted to hiding our six-figure employees from public scrutiny. This plan is not gonna work no matter what, because we have 16 open positions in special education on EdJoin just for certificated. So how do we expect to be able to teach these students with such a high need to fill vacancies? You'll approve tonight on the consent agenda and a couple MOUs, the signing bonus, excellent, let's do that. And then there's one for people who got pink slipped to be able to go get a special ed credential if they want to stay in the district. Guess what? They didn't get special ed credentials for a reason when they got into education. So we maybe get what, 1 or 2, which is great, but like their plan really is there's no plan. And you continue to eliminate employees year after year, continue to rely on people on emergency waiver credentials that then we don't support, who get chewed up and spit out, and our students are the ones who suffer. I know that there was a published article about a settlement agreement that a parent was able to reach. I was told that the other students that were impacted in those classes were also going to get that same benefit. Has that happened? And also the per pupil spending for special education in the June budget that's about to be approved is going to be 30% higher than it was last year. So a lot of those costs will be changed here once that budget gets approved. Where are we allocating that money? Like, just, it's about the people do the work, and this plan will fail without the people doing the work.
Any board comments or discussion?
I have a question.
Yeah.
My question is right here. In the presentation, it stated that the state revenue was increased next year. Is this one-time funding or is it permanent?
Well, we never can foresee that, 100%.
So
it
we might
hasn't-
get it next year, we might not, we don't know.
Yeah.
So it's up in the air.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I'm just curious, what's the current average caseload for special education teachers in PVUSD, and how does that compare to the recommended ratios?
So we have lots of different types of teachers and different types of classrooms, so it varies depending on what teaching assignment they have.
And then I know in my area, we have a really high amount of dyslexia going on. And I'm just curious, are we also identifying those schools where we need to put in more resources in order to help these students out? And I'm also hearing, you know, I know we received a complaint about sped transportation, and I'm just curious, you know, what the status is on that as well. Like, are we fulfilling what we need to do for our students, or do we need a lot more improvement? So if you could just.
So your first question was related to services and looking at services at school sites, and I believe pertaining to your school sites in particular. So special education services are driven by identification of disabilities. And so as students move through intervention identification, so SST process, then if they qualify for special education, they receive those services. So it's all part of the process. For transportation, that has been a active, something that we're actively working on, that we want to move away from outside services of transportation. We have shifted directors to a new director of transportation again. I've met with him several times, and that is something that we are identifying as a project to work on. So moving away from Michael's transportation and doing more of our in-house transportation.
And
I actually believe that's been a cost savings. That's one of the things that's been a cost savings for us.
Oh, good. And another question I have is, you know, you were saying that once we assess the students, right, and then we could determine what they need, how often are we assessing students?
That's relative. I mean, you can't really say how often are we assessing students. We assess students after they've gone through response to intervention, and interventions have been applied to varying degree, and the student fails to respond to the intervention, then an assessment happens, and then there's a determination of whether special education services would be warranted or not.
Got it. And I know that there's been several reports that came out on the impact of organophosphates and chemicals being used near schools. So knowing that we have this plethora of studies of the impact on these, are we actually utilizing that to direct resources to the students that are being impacted, even though they're not being assessed?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
So if we know that people are getting ADHD, ADD, dyslexia, are we going in and saying we should be assessing these students, or are we just saying, okay, whoever just presents themselves as needing an assessment, then we'll go for it? So I guess what I'm really asking is, are we taking that data that we're getting about the impacts of these chemicals on our students, and are we allocating resources to start helping them because they're the ones that need because their developmental stage is being hampered by these chemicals that are going into them?
So we don't really have indication of what would cause a learning disability. Like, we can't tie it back to, oh, it might be a chemical or something like that. We just address the learning disability.
But there's studies that say these chemicals have this impact.
Yes, I understand that, but when we have students who come into our educational system, our goal is to help the students. So whether they've been impacted because of chemicals or something else, when they come into our system, we're helping them regardless, and we're giving them all the resources that we have.
Well, if we're not assessing them to see what that need is, are we providing them the resources?
We always assess them to see what the need is and then address the need, regardless of the cause.
Okay.
Trustee Medina, are you asking if we do evaluations on students who are already either have an evaluation or don't? Is that what you're asking?
That don't have an evaluation and are coming into the schools from these areas that are highly polluted with chemicals. So what I'm asking is, are we looking at the science, and are we going in and saying we understand that there's a high volume of dyslexia, ADHD, ADD around these fields that are being sprayed with these organophosphates? So now are we taking that data and saying, okay, because this is going on, we know that we're gonna need more support for these students coming in. A bunch of my students have dyslexia and they need help with reading, but yet we're reducing reading intervention. So I don't see how that's helping them.
So just to clarify your question, you're asking, are we helping students who are already evaluated, or are you asking, are we helping students who have not been evaluated?
I'm asking if we are evaluating students that have not been evaluated from these specific areas where we see this high detection of chemicals.
So again, if we see a need, we always evaluate our students and provide resources, help, and response to intervention.
Just to clarify, and Jessica, you may know more about this since you were a teacher, but doesn't the teacher identify, or someone identifies that there's an issue, refers them for an evaluation, and isn't that how it works?
That could be one of the ways. Sometimes it's a parent who requests, but I think we're getting a little bit off topic because this was more about the plan related to the budget for some.
Anybody else? No. Okay. Moving on to 8.4, public hearing, draft 26-27 local control and accountability plan, LCFF budget overview for parents and federal addendum. Report will be given via video by Christy McLean, Director of Equity Accountability, Federal and State Programs.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Contreras, and PVUSD community. Thank you for taking the time to review Pajaro Valley Unified School District's 2026-2027 Local Control and Accountability Plan, or the LCAP. This presentation will highlight our progress, our challenges, and our continued commitment to improving outcomes for all students. The work of the LCAP begins with our vision and our mission. Every decision reflected in this plan is grounded in our commitment to ensure that every student is prepared to contribute positively to the community and to provide the academic, social, and emotional supports that students need to thrive. Our LCAP also aligns closely with the district's strategic goals. While the LCAP focuses primarily on student outcomes, it also reflects the importance of professional learning, family engagement, organizational effectiveness, and responsible stewardship of resources. The purpose of the LCAP. Well, it serves as both a planning document and an accountability document. It does help ensure that our goals, actions, and our funding decisions are aligned to student needs. It also promotes transparency by publicly reporting our progress and challenges, as I'm here now. And as you recall, we always do the mid-year report as well. But most importantly, it also reflects the voices of all of our educational community, students, families, staff, and community members. So what's included in the LCAP? Well, the LCAP is, it's organized around 6 district goals that align with California's 8 state priorities here on the right, or if you're looking at me, right above me. And it's also, the plan includes the annual measures, specific actions, and expenditures, and a strong focus on improving outcomes for our English learners, foster youth, students with socioeconomic disadvantages, students with disabilities, and other student groups that might experience barriers to success. So California has an accountability system called the California Dashboard. And actually anyone could go Google California Dashboard. You can even download an app on your phone, and you can look up any school or any district in California, and it is pretty much the report on how we're doing on those 8 state priorities that were mentioned in a couple slides prior. So this dashboard, which you're looking at a glimpse of PVUSD's dashboard, provides a set of annual measures that help us understand how students are performing academically and how effectively we are supporting their engagement and well-being. These measures serve as a foundation for many of the outcomes that you see reported in our LCAP. So yes, we celebrate overall district progress, but the dashboard also helps us identify where disparities continue to exist. So we can use these measures not only to understand how the district and how schools are performing overall, but to examine how different student groups are experiencing our schools and our district. Our focus is not simply on raising outcomes for some students, but it is on ensuring equitable access, opportunity, and success for every student. I'm going to go over 4 examples of just 4 of the measurements. So first of all, as you can see over here, in every measurement, it will show on the bar, but it will also show an equity report so that we can look into student subgroups that our district or our school is not serving as well as others, so that we can target supports and improve outcomes for those students along with all the other students. It also shows how below standard the school is. So yes, like we increased in math, we're still below standard. We know we have a lot of work to do, and there's lots of work towards our math improvements across the district and across subgroups. And then also, you can always, if you look at one of the measurements, you can view more details, and it'll give you much more detailed information. Again, you all can access this. And then we can compare how we're doing with the state. That's just a quick crash course. You've seen the dashboard before, you'll see it again. I think it's important for us to always remind people about that accountability system, and it is tied to our local control accountability plan and our local control funding formula, which is where much of our state funding comes from. The total revenue projected for Pajaro Valley Unified School District is $364 million plus, of which $229 million is local control funding formula. $94 million is other state funds, and 14 plus is local funds, as you see on the chart on the left. And then 25 is federal funds. Of the 229 LCFF funds, 58 million plus is generated based on the enrollment of our high needs students. So the majority of district funding comes through California's local control funding formula, and a significant portion of those funds is generated based on the enrollment of English learners, foster youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, allowing us to provide additional services and supports for students with the greatest needs. So this chart shows that PVUSD plans to spend $374 million plus for the 2026-27 school year. And of that amount, 67,975 some odd that you see here, the smaller blue bar, is tied to actions and services in the LCAP. So the actions and services in the LCAP is reflected by that little blue bar there. The remaining 306 million that is not included in the LCAP are used for things like general operating costs, salaries, benefits, capital expenditures. I think I covered them all. If not, we'll ask our CBO, Pajaro. And this chart is the update for last year's budgeted expenditures and actual expenditures. So in 25-26, you could see the budgeted was 53,547 and 197, and the actual expenditures were 52,000,005. And so there was a difference of around $1 million, and most of that difference was primarily due to staffing vacancies as we continue to provide extensive supports and services aligned to our LCAP goals. All right, stakeholder feedback. That LCAP is it's shaped by extensive engagement with our educational partners. This year, more than 9,000 students, 3,300 family members, and 1,000 staff members participated in surveys, meetings, committees, and consultation processes. Their feedback directly influences district priorities, investments, and continuous improvement efforts. The majority of our respondents, the biggest responding numbers do come from the Youth Truth Survey, and the deepest work that we get to do is with our families in the District English Learner Advisory Council and our District Advisory Counselor. Both DLAC and DAC look at data and analyze our student needs throughout the entire year. And what we found across the groups, number one, academic achievement remained the highest priority. And then families and staff emphasized communication and engagement, while students consistently highlighted the importance of relationships, belonging, safety, and meaningful connections at school. We also heard for strong support to continue services for multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and other student groups requiring targeted supports. Okay, on to our goals. I know you've been presented with a lot of data recently, so I'll just highlight one outcome here. District-wide, English language arts performance improved by approximately 3 points, and mathematics improved by more than 3 points. While we are encouraged by this growth, we do remain focused on accelerating progress for student groups whose outcomes continue to lag behind district averages. And as you know, there's a large focus on literacy and math across the district. A goal to highlight, our suspension indicator improved to yellow on the California dashboard. This reflects stronger school climate efforts, proactive supports, and that continued implementation of PBIS and restorative practices. These improvements represent important progress in creating those safe and supportive learning environments that our families and our students are asking for. Our foster and unhoused youth are among the students who face the greatest barriers to educational success. We saw a significant reduction in chronic absenteeism through coordinated case management, stronger partnerships, and expanded supports focused on student stability and engagement. As you can see, that decrease in chronic absenteeism is really something to celebrate. And this past year, There was a concerted effort to ensure that every student knew exactly who their foster students were. Another big win, goal 4, the substantial increase in graduation rates for students with disabilities. This improvement reflects ongoing efforts to expand inclusive practices, strengthening our intervention systems, and the increased access to grade level learning opportunities. And goal 5, we're particularly proud of the progress made by our multilingual learners. The district redesignated 725 students in May as fluent English proficient this year. We also redesignated even more before the end of school, but I'll stick with this data for this one. But even just the 725 is a 37% increase. Additionally, our English learner progress indicator improved from orange to green. This reflects meaningful growth in language acquisition and academic achievement. Let's go PVUSD, and let's keep going. We also have goal 6, our alternative education programs, which continue to demonstrate strong outcomes through individualized supports, graduation planning, student engagement efforts. We all know these programs remain critical pathways for students whose educational journeys require additional flexibility and support. So what's next? This coming year, we'll focus on wrapping up the LCAP, as we will be in year 3 next year, and starting to collect information to write the next 3-year LCAP. So while we do that, we'll be deepening collaboration with school sites, refining implementation, continuing to use data and stakeholder feedback to guide decision-making. And as always, our work will remain centered on equity, accountability, and ensuring that every student has access to the opportunities and the supports needed for success. For anyone interested in learning more, the full LCAP is available on the district website, and it can also be reviewed in person at the district office. There's a folder, a hard copy that you can review right in the front lobby. Thank you for your continued partnership and engagement. We need the whole PVUSD community to keep working towards improving our student outcomes and ensuring that every student is valued, supported, and empowered to succeed. Have a good night. I'm Chrissy McLean, Director of Equity State and Federal Programs, signing off.
Thank you, Chrissy. Any public speakers to this item? Brandon, where are you?
All right, timer started. Another pre-recorded presentation that gives us no opportunity to ask and get questions answered. It's just shameful. I want to address comments that Dr. Contreras made during her superintendent comments, where she claimed that we are strengthening our reading intervention supports. How are we strengthening our supports when we eliminated approximately 12 reading intervention positions? We currently have literacy coach positions that are posted on EdJoin. Why aren't we reaching out to those people who were laid off and offer them literacy coach positions? Why is it this constant fight? And the answer is because we are officially in a boom and bust cycle. When we do unnecessary layoffs, we create fear, we create people who don't want to stay here, and people leave. We laid off PE teachers, and now guess what? We're scrambling to fill PE positions, trying to move people from elementary. So, like, our staffing...
Can I pause you for a moment?
Yeah,
I'm so
I want
sorry.
to pause my
and
time.
Pause your time, yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure that we stay on subject, and I'm just curious how this is on subject.
Because Chrissy McLean also mentioned the concentration funds and getting services to students who bring those in. So it's about services to students. So I'm restarting my time, or please pressing play.
Right.
Yeah, so how are we strengthening the supports when we're eliminating reading intervention teachers? I also pointed out previously that in this district, the way we've measured if our concentration funds that students bring in are going to those students is staffing those schools with a certain percentage of unduplicated pupil count with an additional 0.5 reading intervention teacher. Now that we're not doing that anymore, how are we tracking that the students who are bringing in the funds and who have high needs are getting the support that they're bringing in? Also, like the yellow for the student suspension number, that's all just because we're suppressing suspensions and we're giving students a pat on the back and go back to school the next day when you sliced your colleague open with a razor blade. Or we're not expelling students who are violent. Like, we're failing these students by just giving everybody a pass. We don't want to see hammers dropped on students, but we want to see genuine restorative practice paired with consequences. PBIS kind of has to hurt for it to work. Like, we're doing a disservice to our students. Thank you.
Brandon. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, so PVUSD receives 58 million in supplemental and concentration funding, specifically because 81% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged and 38% are English learners, correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right, cool. So that money is supposed to reach those students then, but in my calculation, that's only 18% of the district's 374 million budget is tied to that LCAP. So the rest, the 306 million that sits outside that, plan entirely. And meanwhile, you know, we are seeing absenteeism is at 25.6 and remains red, especially in my area schools. Hall Middle has 4 red indicators. Radcliffe is red in both ELA and math. And last year, the district underspent its high needs budget by $1 million because the staff vacancies could not be filled. Is that correct?
Yes, special education positions are difficult to fill.
So because we couldn't fill those positions, does that mean that students did not get services provided to them?
In some hard to fill positions because of that, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And so since chronic absenteeism has been red for 3 consecutive years, and you know, what specifically is the LCAP doing differently coming 26-27 than what we've done in 25-26 and 24-25?
Yeah, chronic absenteeism can be hard because it's sometimes a moving target, not the same students, but we have been actively working on our strategies to bring down our chronic absentee students. We have had a position dedicated to targeting that, and we've been working with our principals and our community school specialists on doing things like targeted home visits, looking at the data the minute a student is absent or even starting to fall chronically absent, that we are reaching out, even going to the homes of those students to find out what are the barriers, how can we support that student, how do we align resources to help get that student to school, whether is it transportation a problem, is it clothing, is it clean clothing, you know, what are those problems, or is it that you need extra resources at school because school, you're not coming because school's scary, or you're not feeling supported in the learning, whatever it is. So we've been doing targeted training on that. So who are the people at the site who can help to bring those students to school more? So those are a few of the things that we're doing. It's going to be continued efforts over time. Some of these things, it's not a quick fix, but we continue working on it.
Cool, and I think one thing that we're also competing with, which is unfortunate despite all this work that you're doing, is ICE. The presence of ICE, the thought of ICE coming into our community. It doesn't help that Gilroy's having a facility coming up right now, and I know the state is trying to give some sort of funding to help alleviate that, but I think a better approach would be for us to be more visible in our schools and showing, yes, we are here to protect you. This is a safer space for you to come into. And I think it needs to be more targeted to our students, especially in my area, who several of them have gone to work with their parents because they don't feel safe, or they're scared that their parents are going to get deported and they're going to be here without anybody to go to. So that's removing numbers from us. So I'm curious, how could we ensure more of our families, because this is going down, it's right down the street with Gilroy, how are we ensuring them about these protections? And again, it's unfair to us because it's impacting us, especially in areas like mine.
Yeah, like I said, we keep continuing to look at what are the reasons for the absenteeism. We've done a lot of trainings around childcare safety, and really the safest place for students to be with ICE is in our schools. And we keep doing outreach to families to ensure them of that in your schools as well. Actually, one of our biggest trainings was at PMS, where we had like over 400 families come and attend. Yeah, it was really successful. We continue to do those outreaches. I always think a lot of times it's in the classroom that can help. So we look at different ways that we can continue doing that work, and we'll continue to try to get better and keep doing that outreach.
Yeah, and I don't think it's what I think it is I think we need to show face a little bit more with our county partners, right? Myself and Glen Church should be in that area and telling people, hey, you are protected. This is what our county plan is. This is what our school plan is. And I think that would help in showing the partnership between our different counties, especially mine, since I'm out there in Monterey County. The only people that would come if anything goes down is sheriffs. So I even think proposing a better contract with Watsonville Police Department so that way they could cross over into Monterey County in the case that there's an emergency, because 15 minutes, 20 minutes to get to us when WPD could just cross the bridge, that's another concern that I have. So I'm glad we're doing that, and I'm hoping to see more improvements in that, but let's try showing face a little bit. Get me out there, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Get me out there to talk about this to our community so they know that we are aware of what's going down and we're working with our county partners on that. So that was it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't have questions, but I just have a comment on the presentation at, I'm trying to find it. There was a touch on family engagement and communication. And one of the things that I mentioned earlier was increasing the opportunity for people to be volunteers. I feel like that gives them really good leadership within the classroom, making it easier for them to be able to do that, and increase, again, going back to the field trips, having parents available for field trips so that they can also be a part of that. And I really like the idea of, I think our HA Hyde parents said it, having our board meetings in Spanish. I think that would bring them into the loop of the communication part. I don't know, I think I heard that we were doing that in COVID. I might have heard that wrong. But if we were, let's try and figure out how. Yeah, we should definitely do that. Thank you.
Can I add to that really quick? I'm gonna save you millions right now. Adopt AI that could auto-translate into Spanish as it's being streamed directly. That way everybody could participate, and then release the comments. Let people comment on there, because I think that's also a fruitful discussion that we should be looking into. And I get some people feel targeted, because of the way they vote. And I think if we allow more transparency and frustration, we'll better be able to address those needs and concerns, because we don't get to hear everybody here. But boy, people got YouTube fingers and will put comments on there of how they're feeling, and I think it's useful information, so I just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or I'm gonna move on. Okay. Moving on to 8.5, public hearing of the 2026-27 proposed budget and statement of reasons above minimum reserve for economic uncertainty. Report will be presented via video by Gerardo Castillo, CBO CPA.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and community members. Tonight, I'm presenting the Pajaro Valley Unified School District proposed budget for the 2026 fiscal year. This presentation will provide a transparent look at our current financial spending, revenue projections, and fiscal challenge we must strategically navigate over the next 3 years. Before I continue with our presentation, I want to take a moment to give thanks to Alexis Pursley and the financial team for their work in the 2027 budget development. Every line in the budget we discussed tonight is ultimately a tool to empower our students to flourish in a dynamic world. Our agenda tonight covers the full spectrum of our fiscal plan. We will look at what our budget signifies, review the governor's May revise, break down general fund revenues and expenditures, and deeply analyze our multi-year projections and risk factors. As a reminder to the board and the public, a school district budget is far more than a layer of numbers. It is a multi-dimensional framework. It serves as a policy document aligning with our philosophy. It's a financial plan for paying our district's activities. It's an operations guide for administration and a communications tool to highlighting both our instructional strengths and fiscal challenges. An important point for tonight's discussions, effective management requires analyzing all funds, not just the general fund. While the general fund is our primary operating fund, we also manage the total budget that includes charter schools, adult education, child development, cafeteria, and deferred maintenance, alongside capital projects and debt services funds. Those are our bond funds. The state landscape has shifted slightly. The statutory cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is fully funded at 2.87%, with an additional 1.4% increase provided. However, this extra bound comes with new spending requirements and does not apply to all programs. Furthermore, because the public school system stabilization account is healthy, local school district reserves are officially capped at 10%. We are reaching the end of the road for critical one-time state resources. The Lending Recovery Program has seen his last apportionment and must be wrapped by the fiscal year 27-28 school year. The Student Support Program is available through 29-30. Board members, we must evaluate all ongoing expenditures currently supported by these resources. If they are not sustainable, they must be safely discontinued or redirected to avoid structural deficits. Let's look at the drivers behind our revenue. We are projecting an enrollment of 13,875 students for 26-27. Our estimated actual average daily attendance, or ADA, is 12,659, based on a 91% rate. Fortunately, because California allows to look at 3-year rolling average, our funded ADA is significantly higher at 13,805, which temporarily chills our funding but immediately drops. I say temporarily. Our unduplicated pupil percentage, or UPP, remains at 83.38%, qualifying us for a significant supplemental funding. This slide showcases the breakdown where our money comes from and where it goes. Our unrestricted revenue sits at $240.9 million, while our total revenue, including restricted state and federal funds, is $364 million. The majority, or 95% of the unrestricted fund, is related to student attendance. Now let's talk about expenditure side. We are spending 200.4 million in unrestricted and 374.4 million combined. The most critical metric here, personnel consumes 87.5 of our unrestricted general fund and 76.6 of our total budget. We are a people-centered organization, which means changes to staffing have the largest impact on our bottom line. This slide provides the mandated accounting summary for our educational protection account funds. As required by law, the funds are utilized strictly to support direct instructional delivery and cannot be used for administrative costs. Each charter school also receives EPA funds, and here is a breakdown of each of them. Because the state and federal funding falls short of actual operational needs, our unrestricted general fund must make a massive contribution of nearly 40 million to restricted programs. Specifically, 28.3 million goes directly to support special education instruction, and $11.6 million is legally required for our routine restricted maintenance account. Let's look at the bottom line for the 26-27 budget year. We start a year with a combined beginning balance of 85 million. While our restricted budget will see a minor net increase of 489,321, our restricted side is deficit spending by 8.9 million as we want to carry over funds. This leaves us with a projected total ending balance of 76.6 million going into the next budget cycle. This section breaks down how the ending balance is allocated across non-expendable assets, legally restricted accounts, board commitments, and our monetary economic uncertainty reserves. To this point, we have discussed the details of the general fund. However, as mentioned earlier, we also have other funds. We are projected to have a positive fund balance in every fund. Now, let's look ahead. And this is where the fiscal picture requires our deep attention. We are projecting continued decline in enrollment of almost 800 students over the next 2 years, which will severely impact our funded ADA down the line. While our statutory COLAs are estimated at 3.3% for 27-28 and 3.09 for 28-29. All our state revenues will experience a net decrease as one-time block grants completely disappear. Take a moment to look at this graph. This graph visualizes the cliff we face. In 2023, our enrollment was 15,907. By 2026, we're estimated 13,875. And we projected to drop down to 12,707 by 2930. Our actual ADA is facing this exact downward trajectory, sliding from 14,159 down to a projected 11,591 over the same period. Fewer students mean less local control funding formula revenue. While our revenues are dropping, our structural costs are climbing. Step and color increases will add 1.5% for certificate staff and 1.15% for our classified staff every year. Worse, we are absorbing an estimated 13% spike in health and welfare benefit costs. In 2026, we are temporarily utilizing one-time sponge funds to offset unrestricted personnel costs, but in 1 year, it's a 1-year band-aid only. By next year, the unrestricted general fund will fully absorb programs like the linear recovery as the carryovers hit zero. This is the most critical slide of tonight's presentation. Look at the projected surplus or deficit line. For the current year, 26-27, we enjoy a resulting surplus of 489,321. However, in 27-28, we drop into an instructional deficit of negative 4.76 million. By 28-29, the deficit skyrockets to a negative 13 million per year. Our ending fund balance will rapidly erode from 51 million down to 37.7 million. As legally required, this slide contains our formal excess reserve disclosure, explaining why our reserve currently sits above the state minimum guidelines as we prepare to buffer these impending out-year deficits. We have key fiscal risks that are pulling in different directions. On one hand, declining enrollment reduces our revenue. On the other hand, expenditures continue to increase. To address these pressures, including special education growth, utilities, and operational inflation, the district is implementing a proactive stabilization strategy. Effective July 1, we will continuously pursue operational efficiencies, carefully review staffing levels against actual enrollment, evaluate position duplication, and run quarterly budget reviews to ensure we act in a timely manner. There are many variables outside our direct control, including the broader state economy, federal funding, facility demands, and litigation claims. Our next steps are clear. We will formally adopt the LCAP and budget on June 24. We will revise the budget within 45 days if the final enacted state budget changes materiality. And we will immediately begin designing a mandatory fiscal stability plan. To conclude plainly, our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. To maintain a structural solvency and preserve state-required minimum economy reserves, the district must implement ongoing expenditure reductions or generate new revenues totaling 20 million by 28-29. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Gerardo. Any public speakers to this item? This is 8.5. I have, yes, Bill Beecher and Brandon Denise.
The budget for this district is required to turn in, or the district is required to turn in budgets that follow a certain format, and this one does that. However, this proposed budget has significant problems. Excess classified staff, runaway benefits, and excess school capacity. The board is standing by while the district is burning. We added more than 30% additional classified staff after COVID-19, and we've only reduced it by a small amount since then. And we've heard great crying by PVFT that we need to keep all those teachers. We don't have any money for them. The money went away. It should have been temporary teachers, period. Benefits have increased 120% over the last 14 years and will double over the next 7. Health and retirement will bankrupt the district. Benefits now are larger than the certificated or classified wages. You saw it in the numbers just now. We haven't closed schools. Student losses for the last 7 years would dictate that we close one elementary school every year. We haven't closed anything. Why haven't we? On the other hand, the district has combined 120 classrooms, leading to fewer teachers and maintenance workers. What are you doing in closing schools? The board had a presentation in February of 2024 on the schools and school capacity. No action has taken place since then. The agenda committees have failed to make this an important item. Shame on you. We've got a problem and nobody's working on it. Oakland and San Francisco took action last year. It can be done. It's painful. It hurts. People screamed. In business, we did things called sensitivity analyses. So when you go through a budget like this, was that 1 or 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll start off by addressing some of the false narratives surrounding this budget, which Bill just spread tonight. In dollar amounts, the cost of healthcare have risen, but when you look at the cost of healthcare as an overall percentage of our budget, it has remained virtually the same since 2018-19, with us spending approximately 30 to 35% of our total budget on health and welfare benefits. So dollar amount increasing, percentage of the budget staying the same. Why is that? We have things like COLAs, increasing funding, offsetting some of that increase. So like as a percentage of the budget, that's just not true. It's not true that in 3 years will we be bankrupt. In 3 years, we will have an unrestricted reserve of 10% of the total budget. That is far from the state takeover. The slide that you showed, that virtual Gerardo showed, is a misrepresentation of the facts, the one with reserve percentages without assignments. That's because the district makes assignments and commitments to intentionally lower that number, which is manipulating the budget. The end fund balance for 26-27 is 14% of the total budget. For next year, 13.7%, and 3 years out, 10%. Gerardo said in his presentation, where was it? That we have a positive fund balance in every fund account. So the sky is not falling. We can't have a deficit and a surplus at the same time. Where is some of this money going? $29 million budgeted to books and supplies. We're not going to spend anywhere near that. $54 million budgeted for services and operated expenditures. Those consultants we don't need. Our Moody credit report praised the district for reducing expenditures and points to Fund 14 as a fund that can be transferred without any penalty. So why are we spending so much money on books and supplies? We're actually not. We're doing what's called deficit budgeting, where we're projecting a deficit on purpose to manipulate you all into thinking that the only way to solve our woes is through more cuts. It's not. It's just manipulation. I understand this shit.
Bringing it back to the board, do I have any comments or questions? Trustee Flores?
Just every time we get a budget report, I like to remind everyone to advocate to our state governor, to our state superintendent, to change our funding from ADA to enrollment. That will increase our funds quite a bit. And it's ridiculous to me that they fund us on ADA, because we have to plan on our enrollment. We have the teachers on site. We have so whether a student shows up or not, we still have all those expenditures. So
it's important that we advocate for that. And it's a simple email to our governor, to our state superintendent. I know a lot of the candidates for governor coming up have said that they are going to change it to enrollment. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. But I think if they hear from more of us, it's possible. And it would be a huge, huge win for us. So that's the one thing I always like to put out there. And then I know on the reserve, our reserve that we have, you know, we're always talking about how we're sitting on these millions of dollars. And there was that slide that showed that a lot of it is allocated. It's a lot of items that when we vote on it, it's voted for 3 years or so out. And so we have to reserve that money because for the next however many years, that's going out. And there's only a small amount that's unallocated, and that's the amount that we can play with if we choose to as a board. And Gerardo's face was on it. I think it's 6 million. Do you recall what the unallocated amount? There was a 6. I'm hoping that was 6 million, not 600,000. And so that's kind of where we can advocate for adding anything if we wanted to. But again, that could be scary when we see 3 years out. We're going to be getting really close to that 3%, which that's when the state really starts looking, if not a little bit before that. But that's all I have right now.
Trustee Carrasco, did you have something? Oh. I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
I agree with Trustee Flores. I think we really need, I mean, I don't know if this is something we could do as a board, but we really need to put pressure statewide. I feel like we're wasting time fighting each other here, and where we really should put a lot of our energy and effort and focus is at the statewide level. I would love to see, I don't know if it's possible, but create a committee where we are in charge of that, where we could have either press conferences or town halls or listening sessions with our representatives, even our local ones like Rivas and Laird and, you know, Zoe. I mean, we need to start asking for these things. If they don't hear, we're just going to continue fighting, and this is not really productive. So yes, I agree. We need to focus the statewide as well.
Trustee Navarro.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn. So first of all, I wanted to echo Trustee Flores and Trustee Carrasco about the move to ADA to enrollment. When we were at CSBA, Trustee Turley and Trustee Flores and I, we did go to a panel and heard a lot of the candidates that were advocating for this. So hopefully there's some movement in the coming year, fingers crossed. Secondly, as much as I appreciate your assessment, Brandon, we do have 2 CBOs now who have really, this is their area of expertise, and they have given us the same information, and we didn't listen to the first one, and they left, and I think it's prudent of us to read the writing on the wall, which is that everyone in every district in the state of California is facing the same challenges, and we can pretend that we're not facing them, but that does not make them realistic.
I don't know that we're allowed to address.
You can briefly respond. That's what our bylaws say.
Right.
Anyway, so I just wanted to address that. And then also, I wanted to thank all of our cabinet members for taking the time to do these presentations, just so the public remembers. The reason why is because unfortunately we were keeping our cabinet here until 2 o'clock in the morning when they had to be at work at 8 o'clock the next day. And they were also getting berated by members of the board and members of the public, and that's why they're videotaped. So I think it's time to listen to our experts and realize that numbers don't lie. And just like if we had a household budget, we wouldn't charge everything on the credit card and hope for somebody to die to pay off the bills. Thanks.
Good.
Trustee Medina.
I don't even know how to respond to that. That was wild. First off, I requested a line-by-line item of what amount of consultants that we've hired and how much we've expensed. And I'm going to ask again in public, when can you get me that information?
So that
part of the problem is our system makes it really difficult to get all of that information line by line in the way you've asked it. However,
Well, you guys are
later
getting paid
tonight,
really good money, so I expect
Hold
you to
on,
go
let her
down
finish.
line
She
by
was
line in
answering-
order to get that.
She was answering your question. Let her finish answering your question and then.
later tonight, on the consent agenda, we do have an item called Salesforce, which is grant funded, by the way, not from the general fund.
Salesforce is crap, but go ahead.
Well,
I've used
it's
it.
meant to be able to help us to sort all of
If
those
your
contracts.
CTO doesn't
and
have
solve
the
everything.
expertise in order to build out Salesforce, I don't know how that's gonna happen.
Please, no comments from the public.
Thank you. Go
I-
ahead, I'll let her continue.
Right, thank you. So if you would like to, are you, okay, do you have anything to follow up?
Yeah, so when can I expect that consultant line by line? And I get it's difficult for you guys, but you guys are getting paid over $200,000. Work for that money, all right? And to nearly 7 months have gone by since I've asked for that. So do we need to make a motion right now to force you to do that? Or, because I don't understand why certain requests aren't coming to certain board members that are requesting them. So I'm not done. Also, I really want a breakdown of that 29 million for books. If that's a place where we're not needing to, I'm worried that I've done budgets. I know if you put something in art line item, right, and say you're gonna spend 2 million, but you're really gonna spend 1, right, and you're gonna be like, oh, look at all this money we have left over. I didn't project that. I don't want that to happen, and it feels like we're heading in that direction. Also, don't hold your breath with Becerra. He's an establishment Democrat, so you guys, and think about this: the people who ran for this office in our board seat said that they were going to do certain things and haven't done them. And you think somebody running for governor is going to make and fulfill those promises? Please. So I want the line-by-line consultants that we've expensed on, and I also want a breakdown of that $29 million for books. And I would love to see that in my inbox, you know, hopefully before we begin in the fall, to give you all enough time to do that. Can I get that commitment from you?
You're one board member. I work for the majority of the board.
Oh, just wait till November, Dr. Contreras. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
I think everybody's had their time. Moving on to action items. 9.1, approve tentative agreement with CSCA. Report will be presented by video by Kit
Good evening,
Bragg,
Dr. Concher.
Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Turley, board members in the greater PVUSD community. I'm delighted tonight to bring before the board action item 9.1, which is the approval of the tentative agreement with CSCA. You already heard from my colleague Gerardo Castillo with regard to the earlier discussion item, which brings forward the information with regard to salary. However, under action, the board gets to take action to approve the entire tentative agreement. That includes all articles discussed in negotiated through this cycle, hours and overtime, evaluation procedures, leaves, vacation, pay and allowances, transportation, bilingual translator interpreter pay, OT and PT, and the completion of the agreement and any reopeners we agree to bring back to the next negotiation cycle. I'm delighted to bring this to you tonight. It was a collaborative process with CSEA, wonderful conversation, lots of back and forth dialogue, and ultimately the agreements that you see here that we were able to reach. We ask for the board's approval tonight. Thank you very much.
I love that angle. I feel like he's like up here looking down. Any public speakers to this item? 9.1. Seeing no public speakers, are there any questions or comments from the board? I saw 2 hands. Okay, Trustee Flores.
Oh, I was just gonna make a motion to approve if we didn't have any comments, but I can make the motion anyways, and we can still have deliberation if needed. But I move to approve.
I'll second.
Trustee Navarro, did you have some comments?
I was just going to comment that I'm glad that we were able to make some progress in these negotiations, and I hope that we can continue to work collaboratively moving forward.
Seeing a motion, a motion and a second. Can I, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that is 5002. Thank you. Motion carries. I have to write that down. 502. Okay, moving on to 9.2, approval total compensation for non-management confidential employees, professional services, and underrepresented employees for the 24-25 and 25-26 school years. Report will also be presented on video by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening again. I'm delighted to bring back action item 9.2, approval of total compensation for non-management confidential employees, professional services, and unrepresented employees. These are employees such as our yard duties. These are administrative assistants who are responsible for confidential information. And so they are presented here under the same salary increases discussed with our CSEA tentative agreement. And we very much ask for the board's approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Were there any public comments for this? No? Seeing none. I'm sorry, we can't take a comment of it. Yes, yeah. Yes. Can we have closed caption? Okay. For future. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing, okay.
Again, just for clarity, is this going to hit cabinet level positions?
No.
Good.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second.
All those in favor? Okay. Motion carries. 5002. Moving on to 9.3, approve total compensation of certified and classified management employees for the 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026 school years. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Again, I bring to the board action item 9.3, which is the approval of total compensation for certificated and classified management groups. This is 24, 25, and 25, 26 school years in alignment with settled agreements with PVFT and CSEA. As has historically been the case in PVUSD, when we settle with a bargaining unit, we bring those same terms forward for our managers. And so tonight we ask for the board's approval of action item 9.3. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one public comment. Chris Webb.
Good evening. So right now, the negotiations team, we're on the contract basically is expired. We have an expired contract. So I would say things are not settled. And it's the custom of this district, the good culture that we have is that we don't approve cabinet raises, I would say management raises, until we've settled. So to me, this should be put on hold. One thing I'll note is that it has a 2% on salary increase and no changes to health and welfare benefits. So if that's the case, then really, we should stop trying to abuse our members, the people who are the main thing running this show. Also, if we don't, it just seems like the board, maybe, I don't know, certainly the district office is like basically hostile to your main workers. Like, you're gonna give us different terms and everybody else gets to have healthcare, we don't. This is like disgusting to me. And it's also just a pattern of cutting from our students, and it's regressive. Although I'll say this, I have never felt more kinship with my admin colleagues, and I think it's directly responsible of the leadership that's happening, or lack thereof. Like, they somehow, like we have some common interest in wanting to do the best by students, and it seems like to me it's teachers, admin, classified, parents, students, then there's the district, some people in it. So I think like we need a culture change. I would encourage admin who are joining the ranks of admin to don't drink the Kool-Aid and realize that if you participate in a negative culture that may be like predominating in the leadership ranks, like that could come back to hurt you. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does this include assistant superintendents or cabinet level positions?
No.
Okay, that was my question.
Trustee Flores.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Webb is correct. It has been common past precedents that our upper level management, our cabinet we do tend to have them wait, and I was part of that 3 years ago. And that's when we separated this salary schedule, because we felt that until we get the current negotiations with teachers done, then that's when we would do that. But we did still go as approve these principles, confidential was approved. And then later, because it is common past precedents of this district, along with so many other, the Me Too clause, that whatever adjustments are made to one salary schedule is made to all. So eventually we will get to the cabinet level positions. And again, that's just after we settle with PVFT. And with that, I would like to move to approve this.
Any other comments?
Wait, so does this include cabinet level? No.
No, this does not include cabinet.
Okay.
This is our
Principals,
manager-
assistant principals, okay. That's what I wanted to ensure.
Site level. And I would like to point out, to just clarify about benefits, because our open enrollment ended, our benefits for 26 and 27 remain the same for all bargaining units, all members, everybody for this whole next year, regardless of negotiations that whatever happens over the summer. So that the benefits must remain in place, intact, for everybody as they currently stand for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you, that answered my question. Trustee Flores.
I'm sorry, I got flustered there at the end because I was interrupted with such a rude outburst. And I did have one more thing to say. I did want to just remind people that this is catching them up to what was already given to PVFT. So a comment earlier by Mr. Webb made it sound like this is, before what we're settling with PVFT. This is just catching them up to what PVFT has already received. And it's confusing because we're always like a year or two behind. It would be nice if we can get caught up, but go ahead.
I'm going to correct one part. The $1,200 off the salary schedule is catching up to the PVFT $1,200 off the salary schedule for the 24-25 school year. The 2% 25-26, that is just for, and we're still negotiating 25-26 with PVFT. So that is a little bit different.
Yes. Yeah, which is why, yes, I remember that now because that's why we had said we're going to hold off on the cabinet. Yes.
Anybody else? Okay. Do I have a motion? Oh, I wasn't clear. Do I have a second?
I'll second
All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. So I have 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Thank you. I can count. I need to do one math. 4. No, because I get public school education, which is free to everyone. 4, 0, 1, 2. Okay, thank you. Moving on to 9.5. Approval of homework policy, second read. Report will be presented by Michael Berman, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Oh, sorry. 9.4. Approval of resolution number 25-26-42. Commit funds. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and community members. Tonight, I'm presenting Resolution 25-26-42 for your consideration and approval. This resolution seeks to formally commit a specific portion of our general fund ending balance to protect the district against anticipated deficit spending in the future. Under Government Accounting Standards Board Rule Number 54, we are required to classify our fund balances transparently based on the level of constraint placed on those funds. This aligns directly with our local board policy, which affirms that the board has the ultimate authority to commit, assign, or evaluate our fund balances. What does commit mean? It's a self-imposed constraint by this board. Once we commit these funds tonight, they cannot be used for any other purposes unless this board votes on a successor resolution to change or remove that constraint. We are requesting a formal commitment of $4,769,181 from our general fund ending balance. As illustrated in the 2026-27 proposed budget, previously discussed, the district faces anticipated deficit spending in the 27-28 fiscal year. By locking in these funds now, we are proactively building a fiscal bridge to stabilize our programs and operations when we hit a projected deficit year. These funds will remain committed specifically for the 27-28 deficit and will automatically be uncommitted at the start of the 27-20 fiscal year, unless the board takes action sooner. Staff recommends the approval of the resolution 25-26-42. This action ensures strong fiscal stewardship, transparent accounting alignment with Gatsby 54, and safeguards our district's financial stability moving into the multi-year cycle. This reserve ensures we don't have to make sudden, painful cuts to programs and staff when the deficit hits. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I have one public comment, Brandon Denise.
Okay, so this is stealing from today's students. This is exactly what this is. This is stealing from today's students and using budget manipulation to avoid violating the 10% cap on reserves that'll be in effect for next year. Just think about it. If you end the year with a budget surplus and you just have that money in the surplus, it carries over to next year when we will be in a projected deficit. So there's no reason to actually commit it other than to manipulate the budget. This year, there will be a 10% cap on what districts can have in their uncommitted reserves. By committing this money, you're allowing the district to dip under that cap, artificially stealing from today's students. So like, this commitment is unnecessary and doesn't need to happen. And the only reason they're doing this is to manipulate you all into allowing them to steal from today's students. I also want to address, because by committing these funds, it's empowering and enabling the district to then not look at where we should be cutting funds in the restricted side in services and operating expenditures, where we have had a trustee ask for an itemized accounting of what are we spending services and operating expenditures. How can we thoughtfully cut from that area if the response they get is, I don't work for just you, I work for the entire board. That is the exact deflecting and refusing to answer questions that illustrates why we need our people making six figures to actually be here. You're empowering the superintendent to manipulate you all and manufacture consent to steal from the students of today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is shameful. Let me just start by saying that. This money was given by taxpayers for us to put it towards students. And to say that we're not going to commit this money till 27, 28 is ridiculous to me. We have HVAC that needs to be fixed. We have services that students are losing because of these budget decisions. And you're telling me we're going to hold off on this $4 million and not spend it on our students today? That is wild. That is crazy. Why don't we put that towards the students that need it now? So for those of you who are going to vote in favor of this, just know your butt is out of here come November, because this is shameful to tell people who know what we need done right now within our facilities. We have a group working in it as well that's identifying it, and to tell them, oh, we can't fix it now because guess what? We're not going to do anything until 27, 28 when we could address the problem right now. So, Superintendent Contreras, again, I don't know why you're putting these things in front of us that actually harm our students and their ability to get support services that they need with this money. So that's all I got to say. And again, you all need to do better in learning that taxpayer dollars need to be spent now, not committed for somebody's pocketbook. Thank you.
Trustee Navarro.
So I appreciate you commenting about our taxpayer dollars and how we spend them, because I know especially a lot of the people who have reached out to me from my area really care about how their taxpayer dollars are being spent and all of the bond measures that come with their property taxes. And so I believe that fiscal responsibility is absolutely important. So thank you for bringing that up. Also, once again, I'm going to defer to the experts, which are the people who have degrees in studying school finances, like Mr. Castillo, who, as we stated earlier, saved $2 million for the district the first month he was in office. So I just want to point out that it is those of us who run household budgets and pay all our bills on time realize that you have to have a rainy day fund for when unexpected things happen. And so when we already are anticipating that we're going to have a deficit in that year, it makes sense to set money aside when you have it in order to pay obligations later. That is just financial. That just makes financial sense, and that's how grown-ups behave. So I think that I would like to make a motion to approve this, unless anybody else has any discussion.
Did you have something, Trustee Flores?
Yes. Since we are a 7-member board, no single trustee has the authority to unilaterally direct staff or the superintendent. So if there is an item that would be needing to go on to an agenda, that's taken to agenda setting, it's then put on for a meeting and we vote on it if it's something that needs to get done. If it is determined.
Trustee Medina, thank you. Trustee Flores, please continue.
So the comment of do your job, because he doesn't want to go and look through our files because all the information is there. And one time I did request the information. I got a binder that thick because I asked for it on paper. I didn't realize what I was asking for. Sorry, but.
Point of order, Trustee Flynn.
I'm just
Tina.
gonna keep going.
I'll ask for no interruptions, let whoever has the floor to finish, and then you're welcome to.
So I looked through specifically for consultants because I came in to the district with the same questions. And what I found was very interesting. I'll limit it to that.
That was not, she did not provoke you.
And the whole, our superintendent is here to run our school district, not to babysit her trustees. And this item is something, it's not new. We've done this every year. And so to act like we've never seen this before, it's interesting. And we can, as Mr. Castillo said, we can remove this resolution if we were to find ourselves in a dire situation with a vote. And so this is just us being financially diligent with the budget that we're presented with.
Thank you.
Trustee Flynn, can you please make sure that we have some sort of decorum so that we can finish our thought, please?
I've asked and I continue to ask, and compared to previous meetings, this is going okay, in my opinion. But I will ask that moving forward, that we respect the floor of the person who's talking. I will pass it around equally and equitably. Any other comments? Okay, I have a question for you. It's my understanding, we did a similar vote last year, and this is something that I found in practice from my previous board work, that we have, it doesn't mean that we're using the money, it means that we have it there in case we go into deficit. Is that my,
Yes, and if you think back to the presentation on our budget, one of the slides was some of the uncertainties that we have going forward, uncertainties that could happen in emergency services. We are already hearing word of deferments from the state of California. That's when the deferment happens, it's like an IOU. And then districts need to rely on reserves to fund payroll even. We have uncertainties with what will happen with benefits and the cost of benefits rising. We also know that our Social Security and retirement, STRS and PERS, goes up as well. So this is a way to ensure a little bit of a cushion for those types of uncertainties.
and so it earmarks it and keeps it, just for clarification, keeps it from being touched within the general fund. Is that correct?
Correct. It's like it works just like a savings account. So if you have a checking account and a savings account, you're not commingling those funds. You know that your savings account, you would have to intentionally spend the money in your savings account. It's the same way. We would have to intentionally come to the board to say, we're asking for your approval to spend these dollars, and here's why we need to.
Thank you. Okay, so I understand that where we are, we're outside of the 3%. So this is a cushion to the cushion.
Yes.
Okay. I believe in safety. So,
I actually do have a question.
yeah, okay.
Let's say, so this is for 27, 28, right? Okay. So we're in 26. That's pretty close. So I think it might have answered my question. I'm still gonna ask it. So let's pretend in the next year, come November, we decide certain schools to close. Does that deficit go down or no? Because by the time that, I guess I'm trying to see like what that effect will do on that deficit for 27, 20?
It could. I
Okay.
mean, you know, it depends on what happens with that. We're projecting quite a bit there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so then we would bring in that money back.
Yes, we could do that. If the board chooses to do that,
Yeah.
then that would be something the board would then vote on, and then we could do.
Okay.
So it is flexible. It's not like a permanent thing, but.
And Jessica, I'll send you an article that lists the impacts of school closure and how actually it's more detrimental than it is able to bring in funds, because then you have people that are just like, I'm over this district, and they flutter out. So we're gonna keep on coming into this. So I'll send you all that article. And it's your reading level, Olivia, so you should be able to understand it. But with that, I'm good.
I think I did read it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I have a motion? You already made, do I have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
I'd like a roll call. I need this for social media, for your campaigns.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge is absent. Trustee Church is absent. Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes,
And Trustee Fling.
I'm abstaining, thank you. Motion fails. 3, 1, 1, 2. Please with the comments. You're doing the same exact thing. You both are doing the same exact thing. You're saying something right now. No. Moving on. 6.9, oh, sorry, 6.5, 9.5, that's my dyslexia kicking in. Approve homework policy, second read, presented by Michael Berman, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Service. No, I accidentally skipped, yeah. So 9.5.
I think this is the second read of the homework policy that you saw the presentation on from our last board meeting. And so we are asking for approval on this homework policy.
I got a point of clarification.
Yes.
So for most items, it comes to action and, to report and discussion and then to action, correct?
For most, but not all.
For most, not all? Okay. I think that's something, Joy, we need to update in the agenda setting committee. So we could figure that out. That way we could do some stuff, but we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Are there any public comments? Seeing none, any board member comments or questions? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I motion to pass.
Do I have a second? I have a second. Any opposed? Oh, sorry, all in favor? Oh, go ahead.
Is there a way to kick this down? Because I don't feel comfortable voting on this without a student trustee here.
Trustee Medina, our student trustee, helped write this policy.
I know he did, but
and then
I want to know the next
presented
people's
policy.
thoughts on it.
Our
So
next-
maybe there's adjustments, I don't know.
The student trustee who was selected also helped to write this
Oh, he did?
policy. She did.
Oh, she did. Who is
Yes.
it?
Natalie Allen,
Oh.
which she'll be announced
So
when
it
the
is student
school year
endorsed.
start.
Yeah.
She was part of the committee. There were about 40 students who worked on this.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for your question and clarification. All of those in favor, say aye. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 0, 2. Motion carries. Okay. Now we have 9.6. Yeah, do we have it? Yeah, let's watch it. I need some screen time. Since we're doing a mobile device, let's get some screen time.
Good evening, Board President Turley, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, trustees, and community. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of our Superintendent's Student Advisory Council to request that you approve the proposed Board Policy 5131.8 regarding mobile communication devices. I'm Peggy Pugh, Executive Director for Student Support Services. Let's take a look at the text of Draft Board Policy 5131.8. For elementary and middle schools, TK through 8, there's a total restriction. Devices have to be turned off and put away all day, including recess and lunch. For high schools, grades 9 through 12, our student feedback directly shaped Section B. Phones have to be turned off and out of sight only during instructional periods. High school students can use their cell phones during non-instructional times, like lunch, as long as they follow the district acceptable use agreement. Also, for privacy and safety, no students in TK through 12 are allowed to have devices out in restrooms or locker rooms. As required by California Education Code, the policy clearly lays out 4 legal exceptions where phones cannot be banned. These are emergency situations or perceived threats, certified medical needs, specific requirements in a student's IEP or 504 plan, or when a teacher explicitly gives permission to use it for a brief educational task. This ensures student health, safety, and learning needs are always legally protected. The sections on enforcement are really important to students. They want to make sure their rights are protected. While using a phone when you aren't supposed to can get it temporarily confiscated, the draft policy says the student's personal device cannot be searched without parent consent unless there's an official warrant or an actual life-threatening emergency. Also, because technology and student needs do change so fast, the policy requires the board to review and potentially update the policy as a result of that review at least once every 2 years, so students and shareholders will always have a say. And with that, we request that the board approve policy 5131.8. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one public comment. Marilyn Garrett, are you still here? Okay. How about my fellow board members? Trustee Navarro.
And I do apologize, I should have got these comments to you sooner. I'm owning this. So I think this is a great draft policy. It still says draft, so do we need to finalize that tonight? Because there are some pieces that I feel are missing.
It's required by state law to be in place by July 1st. And I do want to point out that this went through a lot of vetting in the community.
Oh, I think the
to
policy,
get it to this point.
Yeah, I think the policy is great. Here's where I think the issues are.
And I think, so just one thing, I remember you making quite a few comments at the last board meeting, and a lot of what you brought up, I think, would be in the administrative regulation, which is how we carry out the policy.
Okay.
So we might want to keep that in mind,
Okay,
but still go ahead.
Yeah, my big concerns are accountability, consistent consequences, a district-wide policy about how this is going to be enforced and not leaving it up to the teachers. You can say that you're not responsible for any lost devices, but literally you have like $15,000 worth of equipment and the teacher's responsible for that. So I think we need to be really clear about where we're going to keep the devices, how we're going to keep control of them. And then the last little part about the brief educational task, what brief educational task needs to be performed with a cell phone in the classroom? I feel like that's a slippery slope that gets the phones out in the classroom. So those are my comments.
Trustee Medina.
I think it's important to be aware that some students have special needs that require them to utilize a device in order to search for information. And I understand that it's in there, but the way that you directed it was kind of, anyway. I understand that we're pivoting a lot towards, these policies that we want to put in place, but I want this paired with media literacy, and I'm not seeing it. What are we doing with media literacy? When are we starting media literacy? And I know I'm only one board member, so please feel free not to answer my question, but I want to know, when are we going to have a presentation on how we are implementing media literacy within our schools?
So this is a board policy on cell phone use. Media literacy could go along with that, but that would be a separate thing.
So when
Yeah. We can bring a report forward if other board members also want to hear a report on media literacy.
Okay, cool. So then I'd like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to bring back a presentation on what we were just stating right now. So
I'm not sure that we can do that.
it's a
within the
procedural
bounds.
one that's giving the superintendent direction.
Point of order, isn't that something that we can do by requesting through agenda committee?
The agenda committee is dysfunctional right now, so that it does
Aren't
not
you
work.
on that committee?
Exactly, and we have a superintendent and a board president who don't know how to allow other people to come into that space and make recommendations.
I'm gonna pause because we are getting off topic at the moment. So thank you. Trustee Medina, can you
Yeah, I'll
and I
restate it.
confer? Yeah, can we restate, or can you and I confer as agenda setting committee?
No, I'll restate
Okay.
my motion now that I would love to direct the superintendent to bring us back a presentation on media literacy within the district before fall.
So you're making a motion?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can.
I know the rules. It's a procedural motion. It's giving direction to staff, and all we need to do as a board is approve it, or if it doesn't get a second, it doesn't get included.
Do I have a second?
I just
I
want to
don't-
say, of course, we all want media literacy, but this is
Yeah.
not the right venue, so that,
I'm not getting a second.
I'll do a second. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There we go.
Okay. Motion carries. Oh.
So
Yeah.
nobody wants a presentation on media literacy. It's amazing. This is the power that we have as a board to give direction. I understand you're appointed and you may not know that, but once you read the Ed Code, the Brown Act, that is what our task is. Look at other board meetings from Oakland and other school districts, so.
Yes, okay. So, do you have any other comments regarding the cell phone policy?
Other than what I just said, no.
Would you like to make a motion to approve as is? Can I get a motion to approve the policy as is?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor? Okay. 5002, the motion carries. Okay, moving on to 10.1. Oh, yes, 10.2. Thank you for reminding me. Voter survey results and next steps. Report will be presented by Dale Scott, President Dale Scott and Company.
Got it. Let me tell you how we got here. Some time ago, I think it was in 2002, the district voters passed a bond. All of those bonds were issued. They were used to make improvements, obviously. And then they began to be paid off over time. Now they have about 4 or 5 years left on them. And as they leave, and the tax rates would then fall, you have the opportunity to go back to the voters and ask them if they would like to pass an additional bond with a no tax rate increase structure, so like an extension of the current tax. And our firm was directed to do a survey of voters, asking them what their opinion is of that bond, and I'm going to run through that survey now. It'll take about 10 minutes. And please feel free to ask questions along the way. One quick note. This is San Jose County turnout, voter turnout. I think it's important to see who is coming. I'm sorry, that is Santa Cruz County, right? Yeah, okay, Santa Cruz County. And then you can look at the presidential and gubernatorial turnout. I think what is interesting about this is the November 24, which was a presidential election, obviously. And then look at November 18, which was a gubernatorial election, the current governor's first term. They are almost exactly the same in terms of turnout. Whether that happens coming up is unclear, but I think it's important to have as high a turnout as possible, especially given the fact that we have this potential structure. The survey was conducted by interviewing over 400 voters, and remember the first question that's asked, first of all, it is only registered voters that are included in the sample, and then the first question that's asked is, do you plan on voting in the November election? And if they say no, which some people do, then they are removed. And we have 410 completed surveys, most of those cell phones, some of them landlines, and then they're also invited by web and text to take it online. The way the survey works is there are a few warm-up questions, and then without any interruption, whoever is doing the survey asks what we believe the ballot language would be. So this is like a person that's just voting without any information. There is a certain amount of background information we ask at the end, and so I'd like to bring that forward so you can get a sense of who is taking the survey and what they think. We ask people, how do you receive your information about the Pajaro Valley Unified School District? I think what's interesting about this slide is over 50%, again, we're talking about voters, over 50% of the voters say that they receive the information essentially from you. Friends, family, district employees, district communications. I'm going around the clock from 12 to 6. District communications, district social media, public meetings, district website, that's over 50%. A big difference than when we did this really just 4 or 5 years ago. However, I'm not moving suddenly. There we go. We asked, do you now have or have you ever had any children or grandchildren who attended or are now attending a school in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District? And I think this is very important, 51%. 51%. In other words, 51% of the voters, as representative sampled by the survey, really have no connection to you, no real understanding of what you do and what's going on, except for what they hear and what they read. They don't have that one-on-one connection, and they have not ever had that one-on-one connection. That is not an unusual number, by the way. That is pretty common around the state. We asked people, do you agree or disagree? Pajaro Valley's public schools are our community's most important asset and should be our #1 priority, 79%. So yes, we asked, do you agree or disagree? Quality schools increase property values, 80%, which is interesting to think. Is there any other issue that 80% of your voters agree upon? Okay, so as I said, we go straight to the question. Now, what we did with this, this slide was put in, that's good. This gives you an indication of the tax rate extension that I was describing. So you can see all of the prior bonds and the proposed bonds for the future Measure M bonds are in the gray. These are tax rates per $100,000 of assessed valuation. And then the blue would be the new bond, the extension. So it's currently at roughly $120 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. That rate would continue, and that would result in an additional $192 million for facility improvements. So now, the question. This is the ballot question that we asked them, what we think that ballot question will sound like, and then we divided it into 2 different questions. Half of the voters got this question, half of the voters got almost the same question, but slightly different. That's called a split sample, and I'll describe that in just a minute. So without going through a lot of this language, which is all required, most of which is required by the state, the important part is at the top, with no increase in tax rates and funds that cannot be taken by the state. And then it goes on with what your various projects are, and note the boldface and update career training classrooms. That's the one piece that changed. The question is asked, would you vote yes or no? If the person says, I don't know, they say, do you lean yes or do you lean no? That is the yes vote and the lean vote together give you 62% yes. The cutoff, the requirement is 55%. When we changed that and we replaced that with, and replacing deteriorating portable classrooms, it actually went down. Not a lot, but it went down, 57%. And I think that goes back to the fact that 50% of your voters don't have any connection with the schools, and they understand update career training, job generation, et cetera, et cetera. They don't really understand portable classrooms. The survey then goes on and asks a number of questions about various projects. And those projects are, if you knew that X, Y, Z, would you be more likely or less likely to vote for the measure? Those are randomized, but in this case, we then put them in order so you can see what comes to the top. The black line is a 55% threshold, the vertical black line. And there are about 5 pages of these. I'm not going to go over them all. I'll go over the top ones and the ones that didn't quite make the top. You can see the absolute #1, update classrooms and facilities for career training and college prep. #2, ensure ADA accessibility. And #3, update career training in science classrooms. And they begin to go down, not by much, frankly. I'm not going to run through all of them in the interest of time, but we can see slowly the no's begin to get greater, the yeses begin to get less, and when we get to page, I think it's here, one more. Repair athletic fields, only 47% of the people, 48% of the people say they would vote We then asked them questions about various taxpayer protections. And the number one and number two, I think, are important. If you knew that these funds would be used for local projects and would not be taken by the state or federal government and spent elsewhere, would you be more likely or less likely to vote for the measure? That is roughly 72% say that they would be more likely. You can see the second one, if you knew the complete public disclosure would be required, that is also roughly 72%. And then we asked them the tax rate sensitivity questions. Now, we looked at it two ways. What if it wasn't a tax rate extension? What if we were actually increasing and it would cost them $35 additional per $100,000? That barely squeaks by at 55%. And you can see that, I'm sorry, $50 and then, I'm sorry, I asked it two ways, $35 and $50. So you can see there is a great deal of sensitivity. The $35 barely squeaks by. At $50, it would not pass. So then when we get through all of that information, we come back to them, we ask them the same question again. Now that you've heard this information, would you be more likely, how would you vote on the measure? Before the information, you see they had roughly 62%, and this now climbs to 66%, yes. This was for the measure that included the career education. I'm going to leave it there and just mention what is next. The election deadline for putting something on the ballot is coming very quickly. It is in early August, and this would be slated to come back to you at your next meeting for approval. I want to note that under the state law, actually the state constitutional amendment, it is required that this have a 2/3 majority of the board members, not the board members that show up, the board. So that would require a 5-person yes vote for approval. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. It's honestly really nice to have a person here presenting. Do we have any public comments? Oh, no, do we go first? Public comment, yeah. I have them here. So I'll go public comments first and then we'll bring you back up. I have Chris Webb and Brandon Denise.
Okay, thank you. I would like someone to ask how much this cost and where did the money come from. I would also like you to consider the impact of the reporting from Santa Cruz Local on the shady consultant, Bill McGuire, who is overseeing Measure M. You are losing trust in
I'm not sure that has to do with this.
It's how we manage our bonds. It's the people we put in charge to manage these bonds are shady AF. So please let me finish. We have also heard people from the public come up to this podium and speak that what we really want to see is a parcel tax that can be used for funding ongoing costs such as salary. So wouldn't it be possible or even prudent to say, hey, wait, instead of just extending this facilities tax, let's take that same amount on a parcel tax so you're still not seeing a tax increase, but now you're getting to fund the people who do the work and not the schools that we're going to be closing. So I want you to keep in mind that you may have your consultants, you may have your 6-figure propagandist, but what we have is the passion and the people power. And if we oppose this bond measure, you won't get it passed. That's just the fact and the political power that lies in the hands of the people. And right now, from where I'm standing, we would oppose this and we would work to tank this bond measure and let people put more of their tax dollars back in their pockets. I'm pretty sure that's an easy sell to anybody right now. Hey, you want more money going to a school district that doesn't know what they're doing and is relying on shady consultants, or you want to put that money back in your pocket? They're going to choose putting that money back in their pocket. But if you work with us and collaborate and say, hey, do you want to support the teachers and classified staff who are helping your students achieve their goals and not have a tax increase? They would support that. So you can either work with us or you can watch us tank yet another bond that would only be mismanaged.
Yeah, I would want to echo that. In San Jose Unified, they recently had they passed their own Measure M, and then they tried to pass a parcel tax for staff, including teachers, and that failed. And it was basically due to the leadership. The confidence was lost, and that's kind of where I'm at. And I supported Measure M when he was here. From the podium out in the public, I think Brandon is right that if you keep attacking your bread and butter people, like, you're kind of shooting yourselves in the foot. And also, one problem I have with this is, like, this is the survey we decided to do. We didn't, even though we're like well into the SSA, Sustainable Schools Advisory, we have not decided to survey the community about, like, what do they want in the school, what does the specific site need. So we're just ignoring all the experts for the site, which is not going to be some hired gun. It's going to be the people who work there, have been there for decades. We're just not, and then we're not even listening to our own community of, like, what do you want? Like we're not even, we need to do better. We need a culture change where it's from the bottom up. Also, it's part of the confidence that's lacking is, like, just tonight, right? We can't even get a board majority to have an accounting of expenditures on consulting when we have a large deficit, not in the unrestricted side that's funding all our people, in the restricted side, which is all the hired guns. It just seems super irresponsible and, like, dishonest. If you want to pass these kind of things, you have to do better. You have to work with people. You have to be from the bottom up. I actually started going through Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which I knew of it, but I hadn't really read it. And that was one thing I picked up from there, was like that they want bottom up. Let's do that.
Yeah, I have some questions. Can you go back to that first slide? Oh, there we go. Back.
You want the turnout slide? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I want something else. Keep going. Go to the next one. Perfect. Where's Monterey County?
Monterey County was not included in this.
Why not?
I don't believe they have a large percentage of voters, and it's just a matter of cost.
Okay, so we're disenfranchising voters who should have a statement, because if we do approve this, their tax, or they're going to be impacted by this. So the fact that we didn't do our due diligence and even reach out to my community members on how they would vote on this, you don't think that they'll sway a vote? If I get them out there to sway this vote, I could tank this, because we also get that on our ballots.
All right, I have to say that I am not sure whether they were in the pool or not. Typically, we use the pool of the boundaries of the district.
Our boundaries go from Santa Cruz County through Monterey County.
So I thought you were referring to the Santa Cruz County vote that you see there. That's the turnout for just Santa Cruz County.
Where's Monterey County?
The turnout is not in here. However, as part of the survey, those voters were included.
What percentage of them were included?
It would be pro rata to whatever the number is.
I want the number. What's the number?
I don't know the number.
You don't have that number. Okay. Another thing that, thank you for, not really reaching out to my constituents or giving me an exact number of how many of them were actually asked about this, because this does impact us. And this goes to a really good point of what I like saying. North Monterey County schools, we get the short end of the stick. We're not included into the data. We're not included into our representational voices.
That's not what I said.
I'm speaking, sir. Thank you. So I think
if I made a mistake in what you understood me to say, I wanted to correct it. I did not say they were not included. They were included on a proportional basis to where their
What does proportional basis mean? I want an exact number, because usually what you all do is you go to Santa Cruz County, you get their little votes, you come in and ask about 5 people in my area, and Santa Cruz County takes
I would be
it.
happy to give you those numbers. I will tell you it is drawn from the entire voting population of the district.
Well, this presentation doesn't give me any assurances You could take your word for it, but we've been taking a lot of consultants' words and it's leading us down a bad path. So, again, I will oppose this if this gets on. And also, you need to understand something too. You have Misty Navarro running. If she goes out there and promotes this, you think people are going to vote for it? No. The only reason why Measure M got passed is because strategically you all told Soto and whatever her name was that was the last president, do not advocate for this, because if you do, people will not vote for it. That's why I was out there with Jenny M advocating for Measure M. So if you want this, do not tie it to these people that are running for re-election, because it will also tank it. And I get you don't understand politics very well, but that's it from my area. And I hope you do a better job in collecting more voices, right, that historically are underrepresented. So thank you, and I hope you do a better job next time.
I understand. My curiosity is this slide right here is not a representation of who was included in the survey, but rather just a statement of voter turnout in Santa Cruz County.
That is correct.
Okay. What does this help convey if it is not a full representation of,
It is
because
not.
we're half of the county, and then we cross over into Monterey County.
The slide is not about, and I think I prefaced it this, the slide is not about the survey. The slide is to give you a view of what happens in various elections. If I included Monterey County, San Bernardino County, it was going to be roughly the same. During a presidential election, there is higher turnout. In a gubernatorial election, there's slightly less turnout. This slide represents the turnout in Santa Cruz County. It has nothing to do with the survey itself, which had voters from both counties.
Understood. Thank
The
you
information,
so
by
much.
the way, is not taken from Santa Cruz County. It is taken from the Registrar of Voters from the state.
And the other information would be easily accessed for each county in the state. Is that correct? So I could go and find out this information from each county. San Benito, okay. The other question I have, and this may be, can be from your experience, and it may be open to my fellow board members and superintendent as well, is what is the benefit to the community for, I guess, what is the harm and what is the benefit? Because I'm hearing people opposed to it, and to me, it seems like it would be something that would be beneficial for the community to extend this and help us get the funding that we're trying to get. So if this doesn't go through, then what? And if it does, then what?
So the disbenefit, if you will, the cost, is that starting in 2000, roughly 29, 30, tax rates would not fall. So if it did pass, people would be paying the same amount. I'm sorry, if it did not pass, their tax rate would fall to, in this case, roughly about $90. If it passed, they would continue to pay the same amount. So the disbenefit, or the cost, is that your taxes wouldn't fall. If, however, you wait and you say, we're not going to do this time, or it doesn't pass, then it makes it more difficult to pass the bond in the future, because now you have to tell people it's going to raise their taxes. So I'm just talking about the tax part. The benefit to the community is the funds available to improve facilities. And that's the benefit.
Have you experienced in your tenure, in your role, something like this going through, and how it's been positive for a district, and something that's not gone through and how it's been detrimental?
Well, are you talking about specifically the tax rate extension or just a bond in general?
Just the bond in general.
Oh, well, I mean, I think it's maybe easier to look at those districts that have, for whatever reason, attempted many times to pass a bond and have been unable to. There's a district, for example, in San Diego County that has tried 4 or 5 times. Their community is extraordinarily fiscally conservative. They've been unable to, and those schools are a wreck. You walk there on a rainy day and there's buckets all over, and they just don't have the funds because there's really no mechanism besides local bonds to improve those schools. Even if you go for state funding, you have to have bond money to match that. So the benefit is the opposite. The benefit is the addition of types of classrooms that we've been talking about, career education, pre-K, rehabilitation, whatever it is that you, the board, feel is the most important project. Because all of this is then driven, regardless of what happens in terms of whatever happens in the ballot language, in the end, it's going to be the seated board at the time that the bonds are sold and the projects are done that make the decision of what projects are going to be funded and which projects are not.
And these bonds, in what you've seen, directly benefit whom?
Well, the bonds themselves benefit the students and the people that are working in the facilities. As you saw in the survey regarding how the community feels about the benefit, it benefits the community in that it improves housing values and it improves what they think is what they understand to be a publicly owned facility that is being improved and kept in good shape. These are publicly owned buildings, and that's really the essence of the bond, which is you are putting funds into that facility to either improve it or maintain it.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
So I wanted to thank you for your presentation and apologize for your treatment. Unfortunately, that's how we greet our guests in this boardroom. I did want to...
Unnecessary comments.
I think it's my time to speak. Thank you.
It
anyway.
is, but I'm also... So I'm just asking that we stick to the topic.
I was apologizing to our guest. I think that's on topic. On my behalf. Thank you. I'm apologizing to our guest. Anyhow, I understand the math and what you're doing here. I'll wait till you're done. But I can tell you, as the taxpayer who looks at the tax bill and all of the different bond measures that are listed over and over and over again, and like 5 out of 7 of them are PVUSD, I don't know that another one is going to pass. I think that it's a little bit too close, in my personal opinion, to Measure M, and we haven't actually shown our taxpayers what we're doing with Measure M yet. And so I think if this comes in November, I don't think it's going to pass. That's just my own personal opinion. A similar thing happened when we were trying to build a new emergency apartment back in 2008. Things looked really different in June than they did in October, and I kind of feel like we're heading in that same direction. And so, 17 years later, we're still waiting for a new emergency apartment. So I think that our community wants to see what we're doing with the money before they're going to give us more money. And I understand the thought process is that people aren't really going to feel the heat because they're paying the same amount of taxes and they're not maybe paying close enough attention to their bill. But I feel like we're kind of heading into, I don't think we're going in the right direction financially, especially fiscally and economically this year in particular. And I feel like if we spend the money to do this, I don't think it's going to pass. That's just my opinion.
If I can make one comment. My role for the district is not to advocate whether this should be passed or not, whether this should be put on the ballot. My role is to give you ideas and options. You have an option which is going to go away. You have a survey that shows that there is strong support. However, I agree with you. It is a very difficult environment right now, and you have to, as a board, do what you think is best for your district.
And perhaps that gives PVFT the opportunity to try to get a parcel tax passed and see if that works. That may give an opportunity for them to get that before.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Contreras, how much did we spend on this service?
I'm not sure.
My
Perfect.
understanding is that the board did vote to approve to do it.
We
So
have
it would
an
be a board-
incompetent
it
superintendent
would
who
be a
can't bring
board-
numbers over,
it
so
would
that's
be
where
a-
I'm at.
It would fall on the board.
That's cool.
on-
Another question that I have is, I'm guessing you research other measures that we put on the ballot, correct? In terms of putting something like this up. What I want to know is how many times have we stated that we're going to fix HVAC, and yet we still haven't even touched it yet?
I don't know that
that's
that
not
is something that.
No, it's on the wording. It says that we're going to fix HVAC, we're going to fix this, we're going to fix that. We keep on telling people we're going to fix things, but it never gets
That
done.
was
I think that's
just part of the
what-
survey.
What, Joy? I was listening to you. Go ahead, Joy.
I think that's what Trustee Navarro was referring to with our constituency, our taxpayers want to know what we've done with it. And if I'm not mistaken, you can please speak to this, that those are the list of things that the bond money could be used for. Is that
That's correct.
correct? Okay.
Okay, and sir, since, how much did we charge you for this service, to conduct this survey?
You didn't charge me anything for this survey.
You did this for free?
No, we charged you.
How much did you charge us?
I believe the fee is in the range of $15,000. I think you
$15,000.
asked the question at the last board meeting too, and I hope I get the same answer.
Okay, I hope so too. All right, cool. Well, thank you.
again-
And I just
sorry.
hope that we really think about North Monterey County, because this is the type of stuff that gets under our skin. It makes me just think, why don't we just go to North Monterey County? They have infrastructure built out and they could get us going. And they've also came to me and approached me about that. And it might be a good idea.
Well, if I may
Go
throw
for
one
it.
more idea, that's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
There is actually a number of districts that have done just that. It's called a Schools Facility Improvement District. It allows you to break up the district into various financing districts. And then you have, okay, well, this happens more in colleges than it does in school districts, but it still happens. You have this community's and this community's own bond and this community's own bond. It's more expensive to run, obviously, because you're doing it 3 or 4 times. But it's certainly an option. It's not for the next election. It wouldn't be an option in 26. You just don't have time to do it.
Got it.
But for 28, it'd be a good option if that's the way you feel. I mean, if that's the way the entire community feels.
Isn't there more voter turnout during presidential election opposed to a midterm election?
There has historically, but that has been changing slowly over time. It didn't happen in 2020. It didn't happen in 2024. I think it might happen in 2028, but the voter base in California, frankly, is changing.
Yep.
And
Sure
the amount
is.
of turnout is equalizing between gubernatorial and presidential ballots. I could go into much greater detail, but that's another story. But I don't know if that's going to continue, but historically that has been the case.
Got it. And then my final question is, how many Spanish speakers did you interview for this survey?
I have to give that number for you, but the survey was offered in Spanish.
Okay. And how about indigenous languages like Mixteco or Triqui?
Unless there's a significant number, and by significant I mean 2 or 3%, maybe it's 3 or 4%, who are registered voters who are requesting the ballot in that language, then we don't include them just because of the cost to translate.
Got it. Thank you.
So Trustee Medina, I just want to clarify that any decision to move forward with this and cost that was associated to it was not on our superintendent. It was approved by the board. So we would take that blame for any cost. Okay. We could look back at the. I don't think, I didn't know how much it was. I didn't remember either, and I voted for it. We can discuss. Okay, moving on. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting? Seeing none.
I'll make a motion.
I already said seeing none.
Yeah, I'll extend the motion to midnight.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Motion fails.
That's 4. 4. Oh, are we ending your meeting?
I'm sorry?
Are you voting yes to extend or not?
I'm abstaining. I'm not, but I don't.
So it's your meeting. Do you want to end your meeting now?
What time is it?
It is 10:26. It ends at 10:30.
Oh my gosh.
So do you want to end your meeting now?
I will extend till midnight. Yes. So all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. So motion carries 4, 1, 0, 2.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? Any other comments from the board?
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. It's a discussion. Thank you for your presentation. Please drive safely home. Yes, now we're moving to 10.1. District Strategic Goals Report will be presented by Heather Contreras.
And we have a video.
Good evening.
The condensed version.
Trustees and Dr. Contreras. Tonight, a team of us will be presenting you with our report on the PVUSD strategic goals. As always, we begin with our vision and our mission for our students. This report will highlight actions and strategies implemented in the 25-26 school year in our efforts to achieve these 5 goals. Goal 1 is focused on academic excellence and powerful learning. This section highlights and continues the work shared in earlier presentations to the board. They reflect data on student achievement, progress towards Strategic Goal 1, implementation of instructional strategies, and a focus on coherence, equity, and improvement. As we saw earlier in the year, here is a grid comparing PVUSD CASP data with other local and similar districts.
During the 25-26 school year, the SWAN math curriculum was implemented at 6 elementary schools and 3 middle schools across the district. Today, I will share growth data for each grade level. Grade 3 achieved an overall growth of 34%, with Mar Vista Hyde and McQuitty Elementary demonstrating the highest gains. Grade 4 achieved an overall growth of 19%, with Freedom, Mar Vista, and Hyde Elementary demonstrating the highest gains. Grade 5 achieved an overall growth of 20%, with Bradley, McQuitty, and Hyde Elementary demonstrating the highest gain. Grade 6 achieved an overall growth of 5%, with Mar Vista and Cesar Chavez Middle School demonstrating the highest gain. Grade 7 achieved an overall growth of 7%, with Mar Vista and Lakeview Middle demonstrating the highest gains. Finally, grade 8 achieved an overall growth of 15%, with Lakeview and Cesar Chavez demonstrating the highest gains.
This year, PVUSD advanced a key priority with the development of our CNI instructional guide, creating greater alignment across all schools around a shared vision for teaching and learning. These practices establish a common language and clear expectations, supporting consistent, high-quality instruction in every classroom. Paired with our board-adopted curriculum, this approach ensures all students have access to rigorous, standards-aligned learning experiences.
Another impactful report from this year was the Aspiring Higher Report. This report was a comprehensive look at how our systems support college and career readiness across our high schools. Through data student voice, and staff input, the study highlighted the need for greater alignment, clearer pathways, and more consistent student experiences across schools.
Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, or LETTERS, is not about adopting new materials. It's about strengthening instructional practice so that every student receives the foundational literacy support they need to succeed. Across the nation, many educators did not receive this level of preparation during their credential programs. PVUSD made a deliberate decision to close that gap, and we are already seeing the impact in stronger instruction and a clearer focus on meeting the needs of all learners. We currently have 8 cohorts of LETTERS training supporting hundreds of PVUSD teachers. Within the next 12 months, we will have at least 7 PVUSD staff members certified to train their colleagues and continue this effort and continue to invest in PVUSD. In partnership with literacy consultant Kim Newton, PVUSD is strengthening a cohesive, data-driven literacy system focused on improving outcomes for all students. Our instructional focus has centered on strengthening Tier 1 core practices, including the development of a consistent literacy block, adoption of supplemental foundational skills curriculum for K through 3, and alignment to the science of reading. These efforts are designed to ensure greater coherence and effectiveness in core instruction across classrooms. District-wide, the focus remains on improving alignment by ensuring consistent instructional time, practices, and expectations, while also developing systematic Tier 2 interventions and strengthening support for English learners.
The analysis of the DIBELS middle of the year to end of the year data for PVUSD shows substantial student growth across all elementary grade levels, kindergarten through 3rd grade. Our end of year data illustrated a significant reduction in the percentage of students scoring well below benchmark and an increase in students scoring at or above benchmark. This is an initial indication that our investment in learning the theory behind exceptional literacy instruction offered by LETTERS is paying dividends for our students. Overall trends across all grade levels showed positive multi-tiered growth. Every single grade level experienced a net reduction in the percentage of students in the well below benchmark tier and a corresponding increase in students reaching proficiency between middle of the year and end of year. Also in grade 1, we achieved the most aggressive progress, dropping its well below benchmark rate by nearly 16 percentage points and boosting its proficiency rate to nearly half of its student cohort.
Overall, as a district, our data has held steady, with approximately 44% of our students scoring at or above benchmark, and approximately 40% of our students scoring well below benchmark. In 3rd grade, the percentage of students who met or exceeded the benchmark held steady at 48%. The number of students who scored well below benchmark dropped 2% in 2026 from 35 to 33%. However, the following schools have shown notable growth in 3rd grade specifically. Calabasas, grade 3, the percentage of students that have met or exceeded benchmark grew from 44 to 58%, with a reduction in the number of students that scored well below benchmark from 37 to 26%. At Freedom Elementary, the percentage of students that have met or exceeded benchmark grew from 51 to 58%, with a reduction in the number of students that scored well below benchmark from 40 to 24%. At Starlight Elementary, the percentage of students that have met or exceeded benchmark grew from 43 to 63%, with a reduction in the number of students that scored well below benchmark from 47 to 25%. These sites are dual language sites, and these are the scores of students demonstrating their ability in their second language, English, so that's something to note. And I also wanted to note there are similar pockets of success in several different grade levels at several different schools. So we're confident that our investment in LETTERS and our foundational literacy program will yield significant improvements in student achievement over the next 2 to 3 years.
The FCMAC review identified opportunities to strengthen special education by better aligning staffing, services, and instructional practices to meet increasing student needs. In response, we have engaged consultants to support the department redesign and develop a 3-year strategic plan focused on improving outcomes, efficiency, and long-term sustainability.
Another promising practice is our graduation rate intervention teams. Each comprehensive high school administrative team met 4 times this year with a team of district administrators to take a deep dive into graduation rates, DNF rates, and students deficient in credits. This work connects directly to the district's goal of increasing graduation rates, with 2025 data showing on-track rates rising to 95.9% to 98.4% across comprehensive high schools. A major milestone under Goal 1 was the launch of PVUSD's first executive data dashboard, creating a single source of truth for key student outcomes. The dashboard improves transparency, supports data-informed decision-making, and aligns efforts across the district. This is just the beginning. We will continue enhancing its capabilities, efficiency, accessibility, and user experience to better support continuous improvement and student success.
This spring kicked off the new UCSC Gear Up cohort of our current 6th and 7th grade students, the classes of 2031 and 2032, at 5 middle schools with a full range of services and supports, including academic advising, college planning, experiential learning with impactful college visits, and deep engagement with families. Leveraging the excellence and expertise of the Gear Up team, our students will be well supported as they make their way through middle and high school on their way to college. This year, we're proud to share that our very first cohort of 60 ninth grade students started college on the first day of high school at the home of the Grizzlies, PV High. They successfully completed a college success course in the fall, and in the spring completed college level Spanish. They're looking forward to their second college Spanish course in the fall, and next spring college public speaking. This fall of 2026, a total of 120 additional students, Grizzlies and Wildcats, will start college on their first day of high school. Specialty pathways in education, engineering, patient care, and general education are the options available to them. PV Elevate finished the year with more than 200 students after starting in August with 80, demonstrating the need for PVUSD to provide this type of flexible instructional setting. PV Elevate students were able to participate in activities, clubs, courses, and more at their home schools and enjoy prom, graduation, and athletics too. The PV Elevate program is proving to squarely center student needs, and the team at PV Elevate is honored to serve students, meeting them where they are to support their success. Wrapping up the first year as Mar Vista, the STEAM TK8 school, our Sea Lion students, families, and staff engage in extensive experiential learning as the focus every day. Students, staff, and families now practice STEAM mindsets and approaches with endless curiosity, abundant creativity, useful critical thinking, and at-the-ready problem solving in an interdisciplinary educational environment. Out and about and present in the community, students had inspiring field experiences to bring real-world connections to enrich engagement and learning in the classroom.
And lastly, for Goal 1, we established standardized systems and structures to create district-wide alignment. One highlight here is the new standardized practice of having all sites focused on CASP testing at the same time. This allowed for a media campaign throughout our whole community to support student readiness for these assessments. And now we will move on to Goal 2, professional learning.
We expanded our research-based PVUSD principal pipeline. This year, we provided targeted professional development, coaching, and guidance to 6 new principals, 7 first-year assistant principals and academic coordinators, and 4 experienced leaders aspiring to become future principals.
Another key to our professional learning this year was the series of learning provided to our site administrators. Each meeting consisted of 3 areas of focus: leadership development, teacher professional development, and instructional leadership and capacity building.
Through our partnership with Swan Math, we work to transform mathematics instruction by building teacher capacity through targeted professional development that deepens mathematical content knowledge and strengthens instructional practices. A total of 124 teachers participated in this professional learning. Additionally, SWAN administrators participated in the professional learning that centered on empowering school leaders with ongoing support and actionable information to guide teachers as effective instructional leaders in mathematics. 15 administrators participated in this process. As part of the district's ongoing commitment to continuous improvement, PVSD is updating its district-wide visual and performing arts strategic plan with an emphasis on strengthening professional learning, refining a cohesive K-12 arts pathway, and expanding equitable access to high-quality arts education. To strengthen the quality and consistency of advanced placement instruction, PVSD conducted a needs assessment of teachers currently teaching AP courses to identify professional learning needs and ensure alignment with current College Board expectations. Through a memorandum of understanding with PVFT, participating teachers will receive a stipend upon successful completion of training. 15 PVSD teachers are registered to attend the AP training in July 2026. To expand access to high-quality computer science education and build teacher capacity across the district, PVSD has partnered with University of California, Davis and University of California, Riverside to provide professional learning opportunities that lead to supplementary authorization in computer science. Through a memorandum of understanding with PVFT, eligible teachers will participate in a series of courses designed to strengthen computer science content knowledge, instructional practices, and pedagogy. 18 PVSD teachers are registered to attend the professional learning opportunities that lead to a supplementary authorization in computer science.
PVUSD will be in position to offer a comprehensive professional learning plan in collaboration with AVID, the AVID District Director, and the instructional staff from several elementary, middle, and high schools. This timeline reflects PVUSD's structured, year-long approach to implementing AVID through aligned professional learning, coaching, and continuous improvement. This coherent system was designed to strengthen instructional practices and drive improvements in student engagement, achievement, and college and career readiness outcomes.
For the first time in many years, we provide professional development to our custodian staff so we can maintain clean facilities that help teaching and learning.
As part of our commitment to systematic improvement and leadership development, PVUSD has partnered with California Educational Partners to support cross-grade collaboration, instructional alignment, and capacity building between middle and high school teams. This work centers on strengthening transitions between 8th and 9th grade, particularly in English language arts and math. By fostering strong leadership teams, improving system coherence, and building sustainability within and across schools. This year we had 4 participating sites and will add 2 more in the 26-27 school year. And that brings us to Goal 3, Climate, Culture, and Community.
A major focus this year was ensuring that all staff understand and can confidently implement our immigration response protocols. We provided district-wide training for administrators, office staff, community school specialists, early childhood education, expanded learning staff, migrant staff, and more, all to promote consistency and preparedness across all our schools. We also expanded family supports through multilingual Know Your Rights workshops, child care safety planning trainings, community partnerships, and online resources to help families access information and feel connected to the school community. As a district that serves a vibrant and diverse immigrant community, this work reflects our commitment to ensuring that every family feels welcomed, valued, and supported. We want our students and families to know that they belong here, that their strengths enrich our schools, and that PVUSD will continue working alongside them to create safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments. And at PVUSD, we know that meaningful engagement begins with listening. Throughout the year, we have intentionally created opportunities for families, for students, for staff, and community members to share their experiences, their perspectives, their aspirations, all of those things that they desire for our schools. Through initiatives such as the Family Engagement Leadership Institute, we are strengthening our ability to listen, learn, and respond. This work is helping deepen relationships between families and schools, build trust, and ensure that family voice is reflected in decision-making. By centering the strengths, experiences, and hopes of our community, we are creating more responsive systems that better support student success and a stronger sense of belonging for the entire PVUSD community.
Our community schools framework is the foundation for aligning our systems to improve student outcomes across 24 sites. By investing in specialists, wellness centers, and key data tools, we are connecting instruction, student supports, and family engagement in one coherent, community-connected system.
We successfully sold $80 million of our Measure M funds to improve our facilities for the summer of 2026 through the fiscal year 2026-27.
In effective governance, we are moving from planning to system-wide implementation. The governing board is developing goals and guardrails to define priorities for student outcomes. This ensures governance decisions translate into measurable improvements in student success. As the board clarifies its vision and expectations, district leadership is preparing to operationalize these priorities across the system by aligning instructional focus, student supports, resource allocation, and staff practices to define goals. Early structures, including a governance calendar, board development, and monitoring practices, are establishing the conditions for successful implementation and long-term accountability. A core component of our work is engaging with and listening to our community through the Pajaro Valley Collaborative, a cross-sector network of approximately 30 community-based organizations and public agencies. Through this partnership, PVUSD works alongside community leaders to better understand the needs of students and families, coordinate services, and ensure community voice informs district decision-making. Grounded in equity, wellness, and collective impact, the PVC helps strengthen collaboration across organizations and systems so that together we can create the conditions for every student and family in the Pajaro Valley to thrive.
We have expanded access to integrated supports through our family resource centers at EA Hall and Pajaro Middle School. Following Pajaro's successful reopening after the floods, these centers both partner with community organizations to serve over 2,100 students and family members every single month.
We are elevating student leadership and voice. The Student Trustee and Student Core Advisory Group advised the superintendent and helped revise the homework and cell phone policy for the district. Our Student Advisory Council, which included approximately 40 student representatives this year, are ensuring that community and student voices help inform district decision-making. We strengthened effective communication systems to build capacity, trust, and engagement. We established clear roles and expanded multilingual access for accurate information to all families. Aligned adult practices lead to stronger family engagement and improve student success.
As part of Goal 3, we completed a comprehensive technology systems review to ensure our tools and processes effectively support teaching, learning, and district operations. The audit confirmed a strong foundation and culture of collaboration across PVUSD, while identifying opportunities to strengthen consistency, communication, and alignment. Moving forward, our focus will be on improving data systems, operational efficiency, cybersecurity, staff training, and customer service to create a more connected, responsive, and student-centered organization.
The Youth Truth Survey 2025-2026 received over 13,700 responses. Results show strengths in student belonging and family engagement. It highlights growth areas in student relationships and safety at the secondary level. This data continually guides our strategic initiatives.
Welcome to review of Goal 4. Our focus is maintaining fiscal responsibility across the district. We accomplished a lot by working together with the board, staff, and community partners. We have achieved a 2-year CSCA settlement, ensuring multi-year budget predictability. Compensation adjustments are aligned with the state funding to preserve our emergency reserves. Critically, we settle accrued vacation liability to prevent future rate compounding and to immediately boost our fiscal health ratings. The Supplemental Early Retirement Plan, or SER, was a voluntary path to manage staffing costs and reduce reliance on layoffs. This initiative lowered long-term salary liabilities, increased workforce flexibility, and directly contributed to POSB regaining a positive budget certification. We are enhancing our data sharing agreements to ensure our highest standards of security and compliance, especially with state and federal laws like FERPA. These updates create a more efficient, secure data systems that better informs instruction and decision-making across the district. Through a strong fiscal leadership and collaboration, the district successfully implemented a $15 million fiscal stabilization plan. This hard work moved us from a qualified to a positive budget certification, showing our ability to meet financial obligations and maintain the required 3% reserves across 3 fiscal years. In addition, we launched the Sustainable School Advisory, bringing community together for long-range planning. This group will review enrollment projections and facility data to develop recommendations for attendance boundaries and optimal program model. This transparent process will result in a formal recommendations to the board in November 2026. Thank you to the business team. I know each of your departments, nutrition, maintenance, fiscal, payroll, risk management, purchasing, and facilities accomplished a lot. But to save time, the board are some of our highlights for 25-26.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Turley, Board of Trustees, and the greater PVUSD community. I'm delighted to share a few slides on the updates relative to the work we've done in human resources over the course of this last year in alignment with my colleagues who have already shared in other areas tonight. First and foremost, we have over the course of this year strengthened our fiscal stewardship, relative to how we've conducted an audit of position control. When I came last May, position control was in need of attention. The data needed to be audited and cleaned up to ensure that every assignment of every position, whoever was sitting in that position, was appropriately aligned across the district, and that all funding sources matched those positions depending on where they were affected by our budget. I'm happy to say that we've made incredible strides in cleaning up fiscal responsibility relative to our position control in HR. And when we audit our entire system, we see comprehensive alignment to the appropriate person and the appropriate position with the right assignment. And as things change and people move through different positions and different budget allocations are assigned to positions, we can see a steady history of appropriate alignment. A recent addition to our team the position control manager has really been kind of the last kingpin important part of getting that work done. And so now fiscal and HR have a direct line between one another, so that as we navigate things like retirements and as we roll into the new year with the new people in different assignments, everything is 100% aligned in the system. Moreover, with regard to human resources, we've reflected on the FICMAT and built integration plans for each of the areas of improvement that were suggested through the FICMAT. One of the biggest areas that was identified in the FICMAT was really capacity building amongst our staff in HR, ensuring that there was cross-integration of desks to make sure each analyst and tech and specialist were able to back each other up, so that if there was an absence or somebody was working through a recruitment, somebody else could step in and get that process over the finish line. This became incredibly critical as we navigated not only layoffs, but also our retirement CERP that we were able to offer for our employees. We've had so many different moving parts with regard to new assignments, people changing assignments, moving into different types of teaching assignments in the upcoming academic year. And without having gone through a process of really training staff, having clear integration with payroll, clear integration with fiscal, there were a lot of opportunities for things to get missed. And I'm happy to say that by and large, as we navigated the retirement, as we unfortunately had to navigate layoffs, the amount of follow-through that was able to occur out of this office to get people in the right place with the right information was strong. And ultimately that goes back to partnering with not only our departments, fiscal, payroll, HR, but also leaning on the county to bring training to our employees to ensure that they were ready for the work that had to be done in the face of difficult decisions like layoffs, and ultimately positive decisions like the CERP. Now I'm very excited to share more about this particular slide, optimizing space for collaboration and service. My office is in a hallway adjacent to HR on the left and payroll on the right. And so before anybody can come in to receive service in payroll or HR, typically I'll see them coming, or I'll hear them coming down the hallway, and my door is, always open as much as I can have it open when I'm not in a meeting, for example. And so oftentimes I get to be the first person to say, hello, where are you headed? How can I help you? I can't always. And so often I'll hear payroll or I'll hear HR on the other side of the hall get up and greet the person coming to have their fingerprints done, or drop off a TB verification or an updated master's confirmation to receive our master's stipend. And what I've been very pleased to hear is we have an engaging staff who's watching and paying attention to the people that are coming into the office. If one person is busy at their desk, then somebody else is quickly ready to step up and greet that person in the office. If they happen to have a payroll question, but they start in HR, then HR is quick to walk them over to payroll and introduce them to the right person, and vice versa. I've seen our managers and our directors work much more collaboratively this year. And so that partnership between fiscal and HR, which I've talked about again, really has led to greater customer service. And a lot of that does have to do with the geographical space, and then ultimately the expectations that my partner, Mr. Castillo, and myself have set for our two departments to increase customer service. And as you can imagine, with difficult things like layoffs and wonderful things like the CERP, there were thousands and thousands and thousands of questions and points of follow-up and contact to make sure people felt like they were getting what they needed to navigate those processes. And so that brings us to our next slide, which is probably the hardest slide of everything that we've had to talk about tonight, especially with regard to the work we had to do in human resources, and that was having to go through the process of reductions. There's celebration in this slide with the CERP and what we were able to do to benefit and celebrate our retirees, and all of that worked in combination to try to bring workforce alignment to PVUSD. We really had to look backwards from declining enrollment program needs to figure out the right amount of staffing based on our fiscal outlook. We tried everywhere we could to minimize impact on students in core instruction. And ultimately, we were able to mitigate a lot of it by vacancy management and looking to attrition. All of it was through a process of ensuring through position control data was accurate and that we were making the best prediction possible about the staffing that we would need and ultimately how to address those reductions. We continue to find ways to mitigate layoffs and bring people back into assignments in other areas. Later this evening, the board will be voting on an MOU that's very exciting to recruit and encourage people to go into special education positions. And so I look forward to that item coming up later in the night. But ultimately, we had to make very difficult decisions to bring the district into fiscal health and then be incredibly responsible with resources going forward to mitigate as much of the impact as possible for our staff, for our students, for our community. I'm also delighted to share that we were able to reach tentative agreements with both CWA, our Substitute Teachers Labor Organization, and CSEA, our classified partners, and you're going to see those tentative agreements, well, for CSEA tonight and for CWA on June 24th. We were delighted to work through that process. Despite having gone through a very difficult year with layoffs, we were able to stay at the table with CWA and CSEA and bring tentative agreements to the Board of Education. Tentative agreements that we're excited about, that our labor organization is excited about, and so we're delighted to share that with the Board of Trustees this evening. Additionally, we've resolved grievances at the lowest level possible by collaborating with our labor partners and avoiding escalating things to legal action. We've strengthened our communication and trust through ongoing weekly engagement with our labor partners. And we look forward to the ongoing process of negotiations with our PVFT partners, including the articles that were already sunshined and working our way through salary and benefits. And as a part of that negotiation process, we are looking at employee benefits as a means to strategically plan for the future. As we work our way through a process of negotiations, we're also ensuring that we are researching across the state of California to determine the best way to offer high quality benefits while mitigating cost saving measures that ultimately will lead to improvements in salary, improvements in retirement packages through our CalPERS and CalPERS partners, and bring the district into greater fiscal solvency so that more budget planning can be set aside for not only the needs of our students, but ultimately the needs of our employees in ways that are forward thinking, while again addressing competitive salaries in the greater Santa Cruz County and Bay Area. And now with that, we'd like to open it back up to the board for public comment and discussion. Thank you.
Before we do that, I would like to make a motion to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, so we can, I know, okay, right, thank you. 5 minutes, if we come back sooner, then we come back sooner. Can I get,
I'll second.
okay, all those in favor? Aye, okay. we can actually, because we have quorum. Okay. All right. Calling the meeting back to order. And we are, public comment. I will, I'd like to start, just in regards to, oh, public comment, sorry. Okay. No, it's Chris Webb. I don't have one for you.
Ooh, I put one in.
I don't see one.
I put like 9 cards in.
Not for 10-1.
I did not.
Oh, man, look at what I found.
Yeah.
I'll sit here. And
No, because I want to, we have a lot to get through, but, and you have other ones to come, but,
Yeah, he has one for everything else except.
yeah. It's okay. Can miss one time. Go. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
As the
You're pausing us, let's go. Chris, you have your
Okay.
time, you have the floor now.
Okay, as the PVFT grievance officer, I must immediately address that. That is 100% not true, that all grievances have been resolved at the lowest possible level. There's been several that are pretty basic and should have been resolved at the lowest level, but it gets to like basically a negative climate and culture of we're just gonna protect, an admin might do something bad, and they, rather than like actually looking into it, it's just protect. It's just like, so, and that's like 100% not how you retain people. Also, just to stay on the HR one, it's not been transparent. Like, for example, we saw a piece of this today. There was a very legitimate question about like, how are we using concentration funds? Because they have been historically used to support reading intervention teachers, which serves our goal of academic excellence. But those teachers were cut, and how we're providing the equity is unclear. So it's not transparent. There's been some late RFIs, especially telling is when they're late right before negotiations meetings. So I would point like Gerardo Kit, like when those type of things happen, these people should be getting like docs in their pay, because that's another problem. This year, we've had numerous people, many people have had payroll issues that took months to be resolved. So it's not speedy. Also, like we are hearing all these concerns with SPED and with the cuts that are being made, and I think that the way we're operating is a way that's going to make our fiscal problems worse, because we are already hearing today, right? We already heard from Dr. Contreras that like we have some issues where we haven't delivered services. We already know about the lawsuit, right? So that type of, like when you look at what we're arguing for at the negotiations table, it's basically consistent with our goals, but the operations of HR and this administration are not consistent with these goals. Also, that was 1 minute, okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, comments from the board discussions. Any? No? I will defer mine. Okay, moving on.
Oh, she has to do it.
Did you want to make, anybody can. No, you can.
I wanted to make a motion to move consent up and vote on that now.
And then from there.
I'll second. At this point, I'd like to pause where we're at, move consent up, vote on consent, and then resume our meeting from here on out, so we can get a consent agenda done. I'm making a specific motion to language. I would like to make a motion to
Come on, y'all know it, right? Y'all approve these rules? What's the motion? She doesn't know it. She doesn't know it.
Trustee Medina, let them confer.
You're all help you, Misty. It's called move to suspend the rules. And it's actually on the one that your red guy approved. No, you can't. Don't get that
Okay.
advice from a person who doesn't like it.
Okay, I hear a motion on the table to suspend the rules and move the consent to now.
Okay, let's just move on. Let's actually just move on. If you want to have a little attitude this way, let's move on.
While you're looking at that, we can move to the second, to 10.3, school resource officers. Report will be presented by Peggy Pugh, Executive Director of Student Support Services.
I want to make a motion to suspend, or whatever.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras, and community. I'm Peggy Pugh, Executive Director for Student Support Services. Tonight, I'm presenting a report and discussion item regarding the school resource officer partnerships at Aptos High, Pajaro Valley High, and Watsonville High Schools. Our conversation tonight begins with our collective why. Every safety initiative we evaluate must align with PVUSD's core vision, ensuring students graduate ready to contribute positively to their community while cultivating a nurturing environment where they flourish academically, socially, and emotionally. This initiative directly aligns with our strategic goals. Specifically, it addresses Goal 3, which focuses on creating a safe and supportive climate, culture, and community, and Goal 4, which ensures fiscal responsibility through collaborative community partnerships. To ensure our community's voice drives this process, our 3 high school principals surveyed staff, families, and students in May 2026. Students participated directly in their classes, and staff and families received identical electronic surveys via Parent Square and email. The survey structure was uniform across all stakeholders. Beyond identifying their specific high school association, participants responded to 3 questions regarding their desire for an SRO, the perceived value of pairing an SRO with a mental health clinician, and whether they would still support an SRO if that pairing wasn't possible. Looking at our aggregated student results, from 1,583 responses, there's a clear consensus. Over 80% of our students stated they want an SRO assigned to their school, reflecting a strong baseline desire for an active safety presence on campus. 78% of students surveyed see value in pairing a school resource officer with a mental health clinician. However, if a mental health clinician pairing is not operationally feasible, our student population strongly favors standalone safety personnel. 71.5% of students indicated they would still want an SRO assigned to their campus. Breaking the data down by school, Aptos High School students showed high overall baseline support. 85.6% favor an SRO on campus. 80.2% see value in a clinician pairing, and nearly 78% want an SRO even without the clinician. At Pajaro Valley High School, the trends are remarkably consistent. 82.2% of PV High students support an SRO assignment, 79.5% favor the mental health pairing, and 72.6% support keeping standalone SROs on campus. At Watsonville High, 3/4 of the student respondents, 75.6%, express a desire for an SRO. 75.5% see value in the clinician partnership, and 66.2% maintain support for an SRO as a standalone position. Turning to our families, support is clear. Across all 3 high schools, 93.1% of parents surveyed want an SRO assigned. 86.7 both affirm and value of the clinician pairing, while supporting having an SRO either way. Aptos High families reported support for an SRO at 93.6%. 87.6% affirm the value of the clinician pairing, and 87.6% also support standalone SROs. PV High families reported support for an SRO at 90.9%. 86.4% affirm the value of the clinician pairing, and 81.8% support standalone SROs. Watsonville High families reported support for an SRO at 91.5%. 84.1% affirm the value of the clinician pairing, and 84.1% support standalone SROs. Our staff members echo these sentiments. Across our campuses, 87.3% of staff support an SRO presence, 88.7% value the addition of the mental health professional, and 76% favor a standalone SRO to maintain campus safety. Aptos High staff members echo these sentiments. 90% support an SRO, 85% value the pairing with a mental health professional, and 77.5% would still want an SRO regardless of the pairing in order to maintain campus safety. PV High staff responses also echo those sentiments. 87.5% support an SRO presence, 91.7% value the addition of a mental health professional, and 83.3% want an SRO in any case to maintain campus safety. Watsonville High staff members, 86% support an SRO presence, 89.5% value the addition of a mental health professional, and 73.3% want a standalone SRO to maintain campus safety. When looking at individual site data for students, families, and staff at Aptos, Pajaro Valley, and Watsonville High, support remains consistent across all locations, validating a strong support district-wide for these partnerships. Based on this data, staff recommends approving the SRO contracts while simultaneously utilizing our multi-tiered system of support, MTSS, framework to robustly meet and fund the social emotional needs of our students. Now, turning to our specific contracts. The Watsonville Police Department agreement will continue to place 1 part-time officer at PV High and 1 part-time officer at Watsonville High for a total cost of $150,053. Watsonville police officers focus on safety, security, and patrolling adjacent areas alongside proactive prevention and education, including gang awareness. They support student attendance by serving as our liaison to our school attendance review board. Oversight mechanisms are strong. While reporting to Watsonville PD Sergeant, officers collaborate closely with administration on a daily basis. The district retains interview input and requires officers to complete district-provided training covering school culture and policies. Both Officers Rosas at Watsonville High and Officer Rodriguez at PV High are expected to stay in place for the 26-27 school year. The strength of the relationships they continue to cultivate can be seen in the positive responses to the surveys of students, staff, and families. We are grateful for the support of these two highly qualified SROs and the Watsonville Police Department. The Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office contract places one full-time deputy at Aptos High School. We are pleased to report that the Sheriff's Office has agreed to a cost-sharing model, generously contributing 25% of the total position cost. The total cost to PVUSD is $166,570. The deputy's responsibilities mirror safety standards, campus patrolling, crime investigation, and supporting overall campus safety. He supports student attendance by functioning as a core liaison between administration, the community, and the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office. Like the Watsonville PD contract, the sheriff's deputy reports to a sheriff's office supervisor, but coordinates daily with school administrators. The district holds interview participation rights and specific training regarding our district policies and campus culture. Deputy Lopez is expected to continue at Aptos High in the 26-27 school year. The strength of the relationships he has cultivated can be seen in those positive responses to the surveys from students, staff, and families. We are grateful for the partnership and support of Deputy Lopez and the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. A cornerstone of these contracts is our commitment to a relationship-centered restorative model. We view safety as a product of trust and care, focusing on repairing harm rather than relying on punitive measures. We have built in strong accountability safeguards. This includes collecting disaggregated student contact data, requiring administrator collaboration, mandating parent notification before questioning, and routing complaints through our uniform complaint procedure. These contracts are subject to annual review, and either party can terminate the agreement with a standard 30-day written notice. We have established clear boundaries. School administrators maintain sole responsibility for routine school discipline, including things like dress codes, cell phones, locker room searches, and just similar school administrator functions. SROs are strictly prohibited from routine discipline, focusing instead on community building, restorative practices, and serious safety threats. Moving forward, these contracts will be brought back to the board for approval at the June 24th meeting. We will continue working hand in hand with law enforcement and our school sites to keep student well-being our #1 priority. We are grateful for the support of the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, the Watsonville Police Department, our Superintendent, Dr. Contreras, and our Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Public comment, Brandon, Chris.
All right, I don't have anything written down for this one, which is always a little bit dicey because I have my own personal feelings about this, but I know that our members are pretty divided and we have people who are strong supporters of school resource officers. We have people who think they have no business being in schools. So it's a tough tightrope to walk, but I think that this survey is so crap. Like, it's clearly a Google form that is just flawed. We're eliminating mental health clinicians. So we're not upholding our promise to pair the school resource officers with a mental health clinician. And if you replace a mental health clinician with a wellness coach or someone from PVPSA, we still don't have one of our employees paired with an SRO. So we're having third-party law enforcement policing our students, third-party mental health clinicians supporting them. Where is the local control? I do respect our law enforcement officers, and I think it's shameful that they have to be here all night protecting us from the spooky public. It just doesn't make any sense for us to be subsidizing the police department. For us to be paying 75% of this cost, like, you care about fiscal responsibility, why aren't we demanding that the police pay 100%? Why aren't we allowing the police department, who has vacancies, to have their officers doing their job of patrolling the community, keeping people safe? The fact is that officers often respond after the fact. Even when we had a student who was stabbed at Watsonville High School, who were the people who were there first? It was our classified staff. That dude is a freaking hero, but we had to scramble to get law enforcement from the area to show up. So it's just like, they don't keep us safe when they're our only answer. And if we're eliminating counselors and mental health supports, we're just putting it all on law enforcement. We need a collective approach, and we need to not subsidize the police. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, building on that, that's one of my, the issues I have with SROs here is that I find them to be like the lazy man's policy approach, because you don't do all the hard systems work. Like, we started to talk last meeting about like the need for a discipline policy. Like, I think of like my history with like Renaissance, when the district intervened and dismantled that program, suddenly you had both ends. You had like, basically you looked the other way for a lot of small things, and then they blew up. And then now we are doing punitive measures. And actually, to that, I think a good question to ask would be, what's the number of citations and arrests that have been made on campus this year? Also, it is, we have an ongoing integrity issue, and to take away the mental health condition, we're just contributing to a bad pattern of lack of integrity. Also, for this to be really consistent with goals 3 and 4, we actually need safeguards. And I did not really hear much in the way of safeguards. I don't feel like I'm protected from potential police misconduct. Now, I'll say this, that the SRO at Watsonville High, I've never had an issue with him. He seems to be fine. But like, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And I don't know if this is worth it. Also, I will say the biggest value for me, to where like, if he doesn't come through in this situation, he's like totally worthless to me. And that would be like, if ICE came to my door, if he doesn't protect my class from ICE, then that's only 1:30. I'm got my own clock here. Also, there was a dangerous situation at the end of the school year. I was off campus, but I was near campus. And a vehicle approached a student, and they said something to them that was troubling. And everything worked out fine, but in that moment, I wanted to text the SRO right then and there. And I didn't have his number, but I'm gonna get it. But that just reminded me that it's such folly to move Renaissance and put those kids back in like a dangerous, at-risk situation. So we shouldn't move Renaissance.
Moving to board comment. I have lots to say about this, but I can defer, just given the time. It's just, to me, a report. You have something? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll direct these at Dr. Contreras, and there'll be yes or no questions, and if you don't give me a response, I will assume that is no. So, are Black and Latino students disproportionately referred, cited, or arrested by SROs compared to their share of enrollment?
This is about the contract? It's no, we don't have the data.
So that's a no,
didn't
thank
ask me.
you.
That's not,
Did
inaccurate.
students themselves, not just parent and staff, have the opportunity to respond to this survey?
Point of order.
Good. Has the district
Trustee
conducted
Flynn,
a
can you
cost-benefit
get control of
analysis
this meeting
comparing to
again?
SROs to alternative student safety investment? Yes or no?
I think that, can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I think that's a valid, I do think that's a valid
I
question.
just think it's not.
I think you should let me have my time and not disrupt me like you complain about. So
Point of
thank you.
order.
I will continue my
You
time.
Point of order. The superintendent was responding to a question, and he talked over her, which is violating rules of decorum.
No, it's
or
not.
Bylaw 9323.
Thank you.
And
That's not the bylaw.
I'm asking it to enforce it.
Thank you.
Can you please let me have my time?
Are you
because
denying me?
Yes, we are denying
I
you.
heard you. That's all I need to do. I heard you.
Can you stop
You're-
flexing your
you're-
white privilege, please,
you're-
and chill? Thank you. I'm going to continue my questions. Is that fine?
The last question is valid, but I
Yeah.
would like for you to give space and a moment to
They're
answer.
simple yes or no questions. I don't need an explanation
not-
because we're on the time. So I
I'm
will continue
asking-
my
I'm
questions.
making a point of order and I'm asking you to rule on it.
Your
There's-
point of order was not acknowledged.
I
Joy, you
heard
don't have to listen to her. She's being a bully right now.
He has the floor.
Thank you.
So
And I
you're
just
refusing my
asked-
point of order.
Excuse me, I have the floor. She could refuse you. You break the rules all the time. You guys spent so much money on our legal counsel.
Okay,
So
we're
why don't you
getting
make up
off-
that difference?
we're
Because you guys
getting
are
off
idiots when it comes to
topic.
the rules.
Off topic.
Yes,
Okay,
okay, sorry. I'll
please.
continue my questions.
The questions, and please, one at a time.
Yep. Yes or no? All right, I'm going slow for her. Has the district conducted a cost-benefit analysis comparing SRO to alternative student safety investments?
Point of order, this is not on the agenda. It is not what we're talking
It is
about.
a question.
It's a question regarding.
Misty, do you need to go back to school to understand what a question is? Because I
Item on the
could tell you
agenda is
that you do
actually
not know
the
what a question
contract.
is.
It's not about
Is that
whether
it,
we-
Misty, that you don't know what a
It's
question
not about
is?
whether or not we survey.
Hey, do you not know what a question is,
individuals.
Misty? Misty, do you know what a question is?
I'm going to continue to speak even if he's going to yell. at
I'll
me.
go.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and continue to speak
So-
as well.
Trustee Navarro.
How
I'm
about
making a
we
point
ask
of
her to
order.
leave? I think that should be
I
appropriate.
heard you.
So I'm asking you to say
Trustee
something.
Navarro, I'm saying something now. This is an opportunity to ask questions. I can't control what it is the questions are. And I cannot control criticism. That is allowed.
No, I'm saying we're getting off topic. That's not what
It's
actually
not.
we're discussing.
No, it's not.
We're-
It's on topic.
Can you
We are
just rule
talking
against her?
about
You don't need to go
SROs
back and
we're
forth with her.
talking
She
about
doesn't know
You
the
can rule
rules.
against me. That's
And
fine. You can
because
rule against
this
me,
is-
but I believe it's off topic.
You are off
Okay.
topic, and you're disrupting the trustee who's trying to say something. So can you
This
please
is-
shut up and let me get to my
No,
questions? Thank you. No, I am tired of her
Yes, I
disrupting me.
understand.
All right?
And-
Her white fragility needs to chill out. You need to step outside, take
Okay.
a breath, because I know you don't like a black woman being in charge.
All
We've
right.
already heard your little racist
Trustee
remarks that you've
Medina.
made, okay? So
Trustee
don't you dare
Medina.
treat her like that, okay?
Trustee Medina, thank
Don't
you.
you dare.
Thank you. Now we are off topic.
You white
And
supremacist
no,
crap.
okay, now we're done. That was taking it too far.
No, she's
That's
taking it too far.
too
Do you
far.
see how she's treating you?
Yes, I do.
Can you remove this woman?
No. Okay, here is what we're doing. It is absolutely on topic, and here is why. We have to gather information, and you do that by asking questions. Whether he gets the answers or not, that is beside the point. But we are going to be voting on this next meeting. This is report, and this is a discussion topic where we get to answer questions.
So Joy, my point of order
Trustee
is,
Flynn.
Trustee Flynn, my point of order is that we are violating bylaw 9323
not.
because of how
No,
he
we're
is
not.
addressing the questions
No,
to the
we're not.
superintendent.
He is-
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. He is
You
saying.
just disrupted my entire time that I was asking
right.
questions.
You can have
So-
your time back.
No, I want my time now. How about
Okay.
that? How about you
I would
be
like to
quiet
finish-
and let me
All
have
right,
my
we're
time?
done.
You were
Trustee,
not
I'm taking
appointed
a
for a
break.
point of
Hey,
order.
Both
We're
of you.
closing the meeting.
Okay. Cut her mic. Take that away.
Okay. I'm coming back. I have the floor. Trustee Medina, how many questions do you have for?
I have 6.
Okay. Can we please do them one at a time?
Yep. You got it.
Okay. Okay. And
Can you put that on the mic, Dr. Contreras, so the public can hear you?
I'm gonna ask for lower voices.
Okay, that's fine. I just want her
Okay.
to answer my questions on the microphone.
But she also has she doesn't have to answer your questions.
Okay.
I'm
I'll
just,
see how the public take that.
I'm giving her that space to not answer her questions, answer your questions, but you can ask the questions.
Okay. I'll ask them.
And they will go on record, and if she does not have the answer right now, then we can get back.
She
to
doesn't
them.
get back to me.
Okay, I'm asking now.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go through one at a time. Question one, let's
Yeah.
start from the beginning.
All right, from the beginning. Are Black and Latino students disproportionately referred, cited, or arrested by SROs compared to their share of enrollment?
I can get you that data.
Okay, so we don't have that. Yes or no, did students themselves, not just oh, no, I already asked that. Yes or no, has the district conducted a cost-benefit analysis comparing SROs to alternative student safety investments?
For this report, I was not asked to bring that
That is
forward.
a no, thank you. Does the MOU prohibit SROs from involvement in routine student discipline matters?
That was on the slide deck.
Okay, I'll take your word at that. Has any student or family filed a formal complaint about SRO conduct this year?
I can bring that data forward to you.
You don't have that information, got it.
Trustee
Is the
Medina, that
district
is
willing-
inaccurate, and I don't like what you're doing
Is
right
the
now.
district willing to bring a side-by-side cost comparison of SROs versus counselor social workers to the June 24th meeting before the vote, yes or no?
Okay, so this is why it's important to ask these questions ahead of time so that people can be prepared to answer them.
How do
Because
you
it's
all
not-
get your questions to the superintendent? You all meet with her, correct?
Not always. I read through and I will email or call and ask the question.
Well, if she gave me the due diligence of meeting with me to go over these questions, I would grant her that, but she hasn't done that.
I think that the feeling is, okay, I'm getting off topic. I'm not gonna go there. I hear what you're saying. I think an email would be
Trustee
sufficient.
Medina,
or-
you're always welcome to meet with me, and you've been
What did
offered
you tell
meetings
me?
regularly.
No, you told me that you do not
Off
want to meet with
topic.
me. So
Okay,
why don't we put that
we're
on the
going
record
off
and stop
topic.
lying to people
Thank
like you
you.
typically do?
Thank you for your questions.
Okay.
They have been recorded for the record, and they're questions that we can get answers to at a later
She
time.
needs to give us a date that she's going to get us that, or else she will not do it.
We will need the information before we vote on it. That's
Yeah.
what you're asking.
Exactly
You'd
what I'm
like this
asking for.
information, okay, before we vote on it, which is next week.
Okay.
Okay. That's it from me. Trustee Navarro, you had a motion on the table earlier. Oh, did you, okay, okay.
All I have to say on this item is that the survey questions couldn't have been more clearer, and the results speak for themselves.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So as I stated initially, I don't need to suspend the rules. I actually only have to say that I move to amend the agenda to move the consent agenda up to now.
Is that a motion?
That is the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, do you have a?
It's okay. I am moving to move up the consent agenda on the agenda now and to vote on it immediately. Yeah, to vote, to start the discussion immediately.
So all in favor?
We can't go over, we can't extend it again. I move to amend the current agenda by moving the consent agenda up to be considered immediately,
Oh my gosh, you guys.
specifically. That's my
Yes,
motion.
okay. And we have the motion on the table. We have a second. All in favor. I have a no. I'm waiting. All in favor? Yeah, I'm a yes. Okay. I see it different. Okay, so I have 4 102. Motion carries. We will start with consent agenda items, which are routine items coming before the board. Any public speakers to the consent agenda? 11. Oh, shoot. I had to, yes. Thank you.
I think we have to do the public comment first.
We do come, thank you.
I put in 2 cards, you can confirm. I could go back to back if that works. Okay, we'll see if I can get through this. Go. I am going to speak first to 1117. So my comments that I would like this deferred.
We already started.
Yeah,
Brandon, you have the
going.
floor.
Okay,
Keep going.
so I want to pool 1117 for discussion, and I want to know if this grant can be used to fund counselors or mental health clinicians. The funding source says it comes from a county grant, so I'd like to know what can that county grant be used for? Does the county give us that money and specifically say, hey, go hire these mental health coaches who don't make a bit of difference, or do they give us some latitude? So how else could we spend that money? Could we use the money for the wellness coaches to keep our staff? So I'll move on to the next one. So these are now 2 comments. 1134, this one is ridiculous because this funding is coming from discretionary block grant funding. What's the definition of discretionary? I believe that means you can determine how to best use those funds. So you're always told, oh, those are restricted funds, they're earmarked for certain things. Well, these are discretionary funds. So we can use them to keep staff. So don't supplant our work and use those discretionary funds to keep our counselors. I would like that pooled, and I would like you to ask, can someone from the district define tier 2 supports? What work will they actually be doing that our counselors couldn't be doing? And also outline the collaboration between tiers. How does a student move from a tier 1 support to a tier 2? What happens when they get to a tier 3? Who's responsible for facilitating that movement? And do outside agents facilitate that movement, or do our own employees? This is supplanting our work. We should use our discretionary block grant funds on our people, not to supplant our work. Thank you. 2 comments?
Thank you. Okay, are there any items of the, that the board would like to defer? Yeah. Yes.
I want to defer 11.17, 11.24, 11.16.
What do you call it, have is it a deferred? Because I need to pull 1137. It doesn't. And then can I do it again? Okay, do I have a second? I'm sorry, what?
You didn't actually say I made one.
So, I can make the motion and then you can amend it to add this.
Yeah, because mine is just a one-off, but go ahead.
Which one
go ahead, 11.37.
I'll pull it. Okay, I'd like to make a
take it
motion.
out completely and defer it.
Oh,
Yeah, yes.
you want to table it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, got it. So, I'll go ahead and pull 11.16, 11.17, 11.34. Which other one did I say? Those are the three, right? 16.
And table
And I would like to table 11.36 to a future meeting.
37.
37.
Yes. Okay. Can I get a second?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a second. Or you could amend it if you want to pull something else.
Sure, I'll second it.
All those in favor? I'm a yes, so it fails. Okay. So we move forward.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
I'll second.
All those in favor? I'm a yes.
I'm looking at these. These are, I didn't want to pull any of these, so I just want to make sure.
They're putting in things in here that are horrible for our
No,
students.
I went through it,
I've
but I
been
just want to
through
make
it.
sure. Yeah, I went through, I just want to make sure.
No comment from the public right now, please. Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Okay, motion carries. Oh, trustee Medina. Are you abstaining? Any abstentions? Any opposed?
Yeah, I'm opposed to not.
Okay. So you're a no? Okay, so motion passes 4-1-0-2. So then do we go back to the, okay. All right, so we will. Thank you. Okay. Middle school renaming, 10.4, middle school renaming committee, name recommendation. Report will be presented by Alejandro Chavez, PIO, and Jason Rooney, principal.
Good evening, President Shirley, members of the board, and Superintendent Contreras. I am Alejandro Chavez, the Public Information Officer, and I'm here today, June 17, 2026, to present the Middle School Renaming Committee's official recommendation to the board. Before we dive into the recommendations, let's ground ourselves in our collective why. Our vision at Pajaro Valley Unified School District is to ensure every student graduates ready to share their unique skills and be a member of their community and the world. Our mission is centered on cultivating a nurturing environment where every student thrives academically, socially, emotionally, empowering them to flourish. This process is directly connected to achieving our 2024-2027 strategic goals, as it reflects our commitment to community engagement and transparent decision-making that supports our students and our. The core purpose of the Middle School Renaming Committee was twofold. First, to conduct a comprehensive process soliciting, reviewing, evaluating, and deliberating names and present recommendations. Second, we are here to request the board's consideration and formal approval of the committee's final recommendations. But ultimately, it is a board decision on how to. The committee was formed after the PVUSD Board of Education approved its formation under Board Policy 7310 on April 15, 2026. It was composed of 9 members, parents, students, staff, administrators, and community members. The committee was charged with conducting a transparent, community-based process and met 4 times to facilitate input, evaluate names, and deliver. The recruitment timeline for committee members ran from April 16, 2026 to May 8, 2026. We utilized a multi-channel outreach strategy, including 2 social media posts, one media alert, and direct emails to staff, parents, and community partners to ensure board representation and input. To maintain transparency in selecting the committee, we used random drawings conducted by classification, parents, and community members. For administrator and student roles, applicant numbers matched the open seats, so direct appointments were made. The lottery took place on May 11th, 2026 at CCMS and was video recorded for full accountability. Let me pass off the presentation to Jason Rooney, principal of CCMS and the chair of the renaming committee.
I would like to recognize the 9 dedicated members of the middle school renaming committee. The group included staff members Patricia Sotorello and Susana Rocha, parents Maria del Pilar Hernandez and Angelina Ornelas, student representatives Maria Fernandez Grijalva Ojeda and Ziglali Martinez, and community members Takashi Mizuno and Dan Young. I was the chair and I'm the principal of CCMS, Jason Rooney. Following committee formation, the name submission period ran from May 18th, 2026 to June 6th, 2026, and we received 5 names during this time frame. Outreach included questionnaires, social media, 2 media alerts, 6 direct emails to staff, parents at the middle school, and site meetings, including 2 for staff collaboration and 1 ASB meeting to incorporate student voice. The 5 names officially submitted to the committee during the public process for consideration were Central Coast Middle School, Jeff Tagami Middle School, Mas Hashimoto Middle School, Albert M. Rojas Middle School, and Watsonville Middle School. After careful deliberation, based upon Board Policy 7310, which evaluates community connections, historical relevance, district values, and practical implementation, the committee narrowed the list down to 2 final recommendations: Central Coast Middle School as the first choice, and Tagami Hashimoto Middle School as the second choice. Our primary recommendation, Central Coast Middle School, was submitted by staff and students, including the Student Council. The strategic advantage is its minimal cost. It retains the CCMS acronym, minimizing expenses for signage, murals, and athletic wear. Community support focused on the regional identity and the fiscal responsibility during budget reductions. The committee's vote was a unanimous 9-0, with an implementation estimate under $25,000. The second choice, Tagami Hashimoto Middle School, honors educators Jeff Tagami and Mas Hashimoto for their lasting impact and dedication to students in the Pajaro Valley community. Key considerations included concerns regarding potential future school closures and the financial impact on families, as well as the district and school site costs. The committee voted 8-0-1 for this option, and the implementation estimate is approximately $110,000, requiring new PE uniforms and staff gear, etc. To summarize the voting results, Central Coast Middle School was the committee's primary recommendation, receiving a unanimous 9-0 vote. Tagami Hashimoto Middle School, second choice finalist, receiving an 8-0-1 majority recommendation. The fiscal impact is a critical factor. Central Coast Middle School is the least expensive at under $25,000. Because it utilizes existing signage and apparel, minimizing the financial impact on families. Conversely, Tagami Hashimoto Middle School requires full replacement of signage, comprehensive branding updates, and new apparel, leading to the higher estimate of approximately $110,000. In addition, we wanted to give the board a second choice, yet we understand that the SSA process is well underway, and it would be devastating to contact the families of Mr. Tagami and Mr. Hashimoto that the school would be named in their honor, only to have the SSA committee choose the site of a possibility of closing. However, the committee felt it needed to give the board at least 2 choices.
To summarize, The Middle School Renaming Committee recommends the Board of Education consider these two finalist names. The primary definitive first choice is Central Coast Middle School, which was a unanimous 9-0 vote, largely driven by staff and student input. The committee also presents Tagami Hashimoto Middle School to provide options, but emphasize the strong alignment for the first choice, reflecting the desire to minimize additional costs for families. At this time, we welcome any initial comments or thoughts from the board members on the process and the recommendations. Following any comments, we want to thank the committee for all its hard work and its final recommendation. We want to thank the Board of Education.
Do we have any public comments to this? Yes, 10.4, I see none.
No, these are all 10.5.
Yeah. Trustee Navarro?
So actually, I'm really glad to see that the committee came to this decision because it's a lot of what I was hearing out in the community too. It just makes sense. Apparently, there's a beautiful mural that already says CCMS. So this would allow the art to exist, the mural to continue and not have to, and would cost us the least amount of money. So to me, it's a no-brainer. I wish we could vote now.
I agree. I like that the students came forward with this. They've been very vocal about wanting to keep CCMS. And so I think this is a creative plan, the CCMS. So we have a lot of Central Coast companies and other entities in town. So I think this is the right choice for the school.
Thank you. That's me. Okay, I'm there with as well. I am going to make a motion to stop right here, because we're not going to get anything done.
You actually have to adjourn by midnight also.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, but before I do that,
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So when are we gonna hear these? Because I think it is horrible that we're moving forward knowing the superintendent paid out somebody $15,000 a month as reported on Santa Cruz Locale, right? I don't want this person involved with SSA or our district anymore because of their past violations. So we're not gonna have that discussion. When are we gonna have it?
we don't have the time to have the discussion. I have to close the meeting. So we can have it go to the next meeting.
The
Is my
SSA is a
understanding.
standing item on our agendas.
I want a question about Bill McGuire.
You have 18 seconds to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah. So I want to thank everybody for supporting me during this meeting. Gabe for helping me prepare on Monday and being at the meeting. Jessica for doing the cards. Trustee Flores for, we're done. I adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Okay. We're adjourned.
I wish you were running. I agree.